Good morning, my lady. Today's witness is the Prime Minister.
I swear by the Gita
I swear by the Gita
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Could you commence your evidence, please, Prime Minister, by giving us your full name?
Rishi Sunak.
Mr. Sunak, you have provided a witness statement for the purposes of this module 263374, which has been signed in the usual way with the Declaration of Truth. We're very grateful to you for the provision of that statement. Also, the further written material from members of your team, erstwhile team in then Her Majesty's Treasury, the statements of Mr. York Smith and Miss Joseph, all of which will, of course, be considered by the inquiry in due course. Thank you very much for providing the statement and for attending today. We understand that you wanted to say a few words by way of preface to the evidence that you'll be giving.
Thank you, Mr. Keith. Yes, thank you for having me here today. I just wanted to start by saying how deeply sorry I am to all of those who lost loved ones, family members through the pandemic, and also all those who suffered in the various different ways throughout the pandemic and as a result of the actions were taken. I've thought a lot about this over the past couple of years. It's important that we learn the lessons so that we can be better prepared in the future, and it's in that spirit and with enormous respect for all of those who are affected that I'm here today, and I look forward to giving evidence in a spirit of constructive candour to help the inquiry with its deliberations.
As is very well known, Mr. Sunak, you were elected Member of Parliament for Richmond in Yorkshire in May 2015. You then became, in January 2018, a junior minister at what was then the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. You then became Chief Secretary to the Treasury in July of 2019. And most relevantly for our purposes, in February 2020, did you become Chancellor of the Exchequer after Sajid Javid MP. You remained Chancellor of the Exchequer until July of 22, so after the conclusion of the coronavirus pandemic crisis, and of course you became Prime Minister on the 25th of October 2022 following the resignation of Liz Truss as leader of the Conservative Party. That is all correct, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Sunak, I'd like to start, please, just with some of the forensic building blocks underpinning your evidence today and the issue of the provision of material to the inquiry. In your statement, you set out how you rarely use text to communicate with colleagues. Your phone, you said, doesn't retain, and nor do you have access to text messages at all relating to the period of the crisis. And in addition, you said, although on occasion you use WhatsApp to communicate around meetings and logistics and so on, you generally were only party to WhatsApp groups that were set up to deal with individual circumstances, such as arrangements for calls, meetings, and so on and so forth. Is that broadly correct?
Yes, that is all broadly correct.
You don't now have access to any of the WhatsApps that you did send during the time of the crisis, do you?
No, I don't. I've changed my phone multiple times over the past few years, and as that has happened, the messages have not come across. As you said, I'm not a prolific user of WhatsApp in the first instance, primarily communication with my private office, and obviously anything that was of significance through those conversations or exchanges will have been recorded officially by my civil servants, as one would expect.
Evidence has been given to the inquiry to the effect that Mr. Johnson announced the institution of this inquiry in May 2021. And around that time, officials discussed the need for ministers and others to retain WhatsApps. It was a matter of debate, in fact, in WhatsApp communications between officials themselves. Around that time, April and May 2021, did nobody say to you, Chancellor, it's important that you do retain your WhatsApps, or we need to put into place measures for them to be backed up in case they become relevant to an inquiry.
No, I don't recall either of those conversations that you referred to between officials, but you might have been referring to officials in number 10 rather than at the Treasury. No, yes, and I don't recall anyone in my office making that recommendation or observation to me at the time.
Do you happen to recall, it's probably quite a long shot, but do you recall changing phones around that time as it happened?
Not around that time, as I said. I have changed my phone multiple times in the years since then, and as I said previously, every time that's happened, the messages wouldn't have come across. But as I said, I'm not a prolific user of WhatsApp, and with the private office, again, that would have all been recorded formally on the record, or indeed, where I've had exchanges with other individuals, some of those have been part of the evidence that's formed the inquiry's deliberations.
They have indeed, and I should make plain that we've got some of your messages from the other interlocutors to the communications. Now, turning to the role of Chancellor of the Exchequer, and it is, of course, because you were Chancellor of the Exchequer that your evidence today is of the greatest importance. You describe how, in your statement, how there was obviously, throughout the currency of the entire crisis, a clash between public health epidemiological considerations and economic and fiscal issues, both by way of the economic considerations which had to be taken into account by the government, and also the vast economic and societal damage that would be done by decisions such as lockdowns. In that debate, which raged throughout the pandemic, what was the general position of the Chancellor of the Exchequer? What position generally did you and Her Majesty's Treasury take?
Well, I don't think I ever referred to it as a clash. I think I saw my role as Chancellor of the Exchequer as making sure that the Prime Minister had the best possible advice, information, analysis relating to the economic impact or consequences of some of the decisions that he was having to make. Obviously, the Chancellor of the Exchequer's role is to be responsible for the country's economic and fiscal policy and the financial services sector. So that was my primary responsibility in the role. And then as it pertained to the pandemic, my jobs were not just to design and implement economic interventions like the furlough scheme or support for public services and businesses, but also, as I said, to provide analysis and advice to the Prime Minister as he made his decisions. And more broadly, just touching on what you said at the beginning, Mr. Keith, as a senior cabinet minister, one of the consistent arguments or points that I made from the beginning throughout was just making sure that we collectively in the Prime Minister considered the totality of the impacts of the decisions that we were making. It wasn't, as I didn't ever describe it as a clash just between public health and economics. I think that's to think about it in far too narrow a way. As many people have alluded to, and I did at the time, there were a range of impacts, many of them socioeconomic, the impact on children's education, on mental health, on the issue in the criminal justice system, as well as the pure economic impact. And it was important that policymakers considered the totality of those, and that was a consistent point throughout. But obviously, my particular responsibility was the economy and fiscal policy.
You do, I think, refer to how the issues confronting the government consisted of highly compelling competing interests. Would that be a fair summary?
Yes, I think that is right. Again, as I said, none of these decisions were easy, as I think everyone has acknowledged.
Indeed.
And the Prime Minister's incredibly difficult job was to have to balance many competing interests and make the best decision with the evidence and advice available to him at the time. And again, only he could do that because only he saw the totality of those, with input coming from various different cabinet ministers with their domains of expertise and responsibility.
We'll see in a moment some examples of the way in which the arguments were promoted by HMT, Her Majesty's Treasury. In general terms, however, was it a question of putting before the Prime Minister your and HMT's views on the likely consequences of whatever decision might be taken by him, or did you engage in the ultimate debate as to what should be done? Did you promote a particular outcome in relation to, for example, lockdown decisions, decisions to ease, decisions to institute a roadmap, decisions whether or not to have a circuit breaker and so on? Did you promote a particular position as part of your role as Chancellor of the Exchequer, or was it just a question of providing a broad advice as to the consequences?
I think it's probably difficult to generalise in that way. It would depend on the decision confronting the Prime Minister or the committee or the meeting that I would be participating in. So it wouldn't be one consistent answer throughout the pandemic. It would be context specific. But as a general rule, my primary responsibility was to feed in advice and analysis as to the economic consequences of what was being considered. Of course, where the Prime Minister would ask for my broader opinion, I'd always be happy to give it to him if it was something that I thought I could offer on the basis of some element of knowledge. But broadly, primarily my role was to feed in the economic advice and analysis, and I can provide opinions to the Prime Minister as and when he would have requested them.
And do we take it from the fact that this advice was given to the Prime Minister that the Prime Minister ultimately was the decision maker who mattered? It's notable that a great deal of the advice that you provided was directed exclusively at the Prime Minister, as opposed to perhaps exclusively or in large part to Cabinet or the other bodies. Of course, you address them as well, but the final decision-making appears to be concerned solely with the Prime Minister.
Well, I think it's absolutely right to say that the Prime Minister, as I say in my evidence, was the ultimate and sole decision maker. I don't think that's particularly controversial or challenged. Only he has the ability to make those decisions across competing interests. I wouldn't say it's fair to say I only fed advice into him. I mean, I'm sure we'll go on to discuss it shortly, but there were various committee structures that were set up to facilitate that decision making and provide forum for debate and discussion, where the Prime Minister could hear different views from colleagues, and obviously through bilateral meetings as well. So there was an extensive process by which information was shared. Often in the first instance, the Treasury would be sharing, or I would be sharing that information with, as it later became, the COVID task force, whose job it was to coordinate and synthesise information from many departments to put together to Cabinet or Cabinet committees, or presumably the Prime Minister himself, so that he could make his decision.
There was indeed a very developed process, and it was a process that altered over time.
Yes.
The government put into place a number of changes in order to make it work better, and we can see the progress from the MIGs at the beginning to COVID-S and COVID-O and so on. But the material shows, Ms. Sunak, that when it came to a hard-edged decision, whether or not the Prime Minister would impose a lockdown or not impose a circuit breaker or institute the tier system, the Treasury was astute to ensure that it provided its opinion to the Prime Minister to the very last moment. You would try, in effect, to get the last word to say, Prime Minister, these are the consequences of whatever decision you will take, and you need to know what they are.
I'm not sure that's a fair characterisation. The Prime Minister obviously is responsible for setting up the decision-making structures that work best for him, and he had done that through the task force, the COVID-Os and S's, complemented by bilateral meetings with different ministers. All of that really is a question for the Prime Minister as to how he wanted to hear the arguments and see the evidence analysis from colleagues. And I participated in all of those, as was my job. And I certainly felt that I always had that opportunity. So there was no point did I feel that I didn't have that opportunity to input analysis or my point of view into the process. But in general, the way that decisions were made was through the committee structures that he had set up, COVID-O, COVID-S and Cabinet for the most part. That's where decisions were taken. Now, there may be an iterative process leading up to that final decision-making meeting. But again, that question for the Prime Minister as to how he liked to organise that. For my part, I would say I was always able to feed in appropriately and adequately into those mechanisms, and ultimately it was up to him how he wanted to hear the different views from different people. But ultimately the decision was made in one of those forums, as one would expect in the way our system of government works.
and so that we're absolutely clear about this, there was never a time when you felt that you didn't have an adequate opportunity of making your views plain. Whatever it was that you wished to say about the various difficult decisions that the Prime Minister faced, you had that opportunity.
Yeah, as a general observation about my reflection over the period, I don't sit here today thinking, gosh, there were many opportunities where I didn't have that opportunity. As a general rule, I always felt that I could. I mean, I saw the Prime Minister probably more than I saw my own wife for this period of time. We were working very closely together, as I was with my other cabinet colleagues, and as a general rule, I was able to participate in everything that I felt I needed to or ought to in order to get the evidence analysis to him in a way that he could use it to make decisions.
Let's look for a moment at the structure of the way by which material was put, an analysis was put before the Prime Minister. Have you set out in your statement, and we'll have, please, the statement at page 23, the various different ways in which HMT analysis was shared with the Cabinet Office and the Prime Minister. There were shared weekly monitoring products. There was a regular economy update meeting. You refer to particular advice on the 14th of February, a paper in March. There was then a rolling process by which HMT officials contributed to Cabinet Office advice for the Prime Minister on the reopening of non-essential retail. There were obviously publications of your own department's economic analysis. We can see that at paragraph 75. And going back a page to page 22, paragraph 72, have you provided certain particularly important papers around about the time of the first lockdown decision, dated the 12th and 15th of March, and then after the decision, the 15th of April? We'll have a quick look at one or two of those to see the nature at that time of the Treasury intervention. So 232069, INQ 232069. We can see here a document with a readout of a Prime Ministerial meeting on Sunday, the 15th of March, so the day before the lockdown decision. Prime Minister, that's correct, isn't it? For a meeting at 5 p.m, the PM commissioned advice on further options. It was agreed that a package of announcements would be put to COBRA on Monday the 16th. And then you can see at the bottom of the page, summary of papers to PM. And then information about the various options confronting him: household isolation, atypical setting, shielding, social distancing, and so on. If we look at page 5, you'll see HMT position, and did your department set out in relation to each of the particular interventions or social distancing measures what the consequences would be or would be likely to be in terms of impact economically and fiscally. And then if we look over the pages to 6 and 8, we can see what the impact would be fiscally in terms of a number of other particular options. So does that give a fair indication of the sort of information which your department provided to the Prime Minister?
I mean, yes. All I'd say is this was very, very early on, as you said. So this was, we were weeks into this, and I think what you'll see over the duration of the next 18 months is the quality and I'd say extra granularity of the information that an analysis we were able to provide improved considerably. The focus early on, as you can see, was on labour supply impacts and analysing days that would be lost through isolation policies. Obviously, as the pandemic and in the following weeks, the Treasury was able to significantly increase the sophistication with which it was modelling the impacts of things, not least because they were actually happening. It broadened the use of data that we had access to on a much more real-time basis from non-traditional sources. It procured and developed other models, particularly at a microeconomic level, on firm-level impacts on employment and insolvency, and it extensively engaged with external experts as well. So I think this is very early on. As the pandemic progressed, what you'll see is, as I said, that the detailed nature of the analysis will have improved considerably over time.
Would it be fair to say that perhaps on account of the speed with which the first lockdown decision was made, the degree of fiscal and economic analysis that was placed before the Prime Minister by comparison to later was significantly different? There was a much narrower debate, if you like, about the economic and fiscal consequences at that time by comparison to the second and third lockdown decisions.
I think that is fair, not least because this was so unpredictable and uncertain. Once we had entered into the first lockdown, then you actually had data as to the impact of these measures, and you could use those to forecast what would happen in the future when you were going to repeat them. But at this point, this was not something that anyone had grappled with before or modelled with any precision, so it was very hard to be precise about the impacts. And as I said, we developed more modelling capability, broadened the source of data over time, and external groups like the OBR, who is, of course, the government's independent forecaster themselves, in about the middle of April published quite extensive independent forecasting of the impact on the economy from COVID. And again, they continue to iterate that, as did the Bank of England and other external bodies. So I think there was just a considerable body of external and internal work that was done from this point onwards. But as you say, this was very early on. In terms of the other economic information that was relevant around exactly the same time as this note was the situation in the gilt markets.
We'll come to that.
Oh, fine, because it was around the same kind of time, yeah, just days after that from memory.
In fact, the lockdown decision was the 23rd, and the debate about the gilt markets was on the Thursday before, so the
19th was the first conversation I had with him, and then followed up with...
We'll look at that in a moment.
Fine.
Well, we'll have another look at another document, 232115. This is a document dated the 15th of April 2020, so after the lockdown decision. The Cabinet Office produced a paper, COVID-19 Social Distancing Review Summary Data Deck, and we can see from pages 5 to 7 and 9 to 11 a considerable amount of information and analysis provided about the economic impact of course, what was then the lockdown, and we can see the sort of detail into which it descends. Would that sort of economic and societal analysis have been produced by HMT?
I mean, I think what you'll see from that presentation, I think it was produced by the Cabinet Office rather than the Treasury. So no doubt the Treasury would have fed into that. Indeed. And I would imagine worked closely, particularly with economic departments like Bayes or DFT, for example. And I saw them, or DWP, and I saw those departments, I think at least a couple of them referenced in some of the slides that you showed. So, of course, Treasury would have fed into that alongside those departments and would have been working closely with them to think through the impact.
You've described how ultimately many of the most momentous decisions were matters for the Prime Minister. I'd like to ask you, please, about your understanding of where and when those sorts of decisions were taken. The inquiry has received a considerable amount of evidence about the debates and the decision-making processes that went on around the Prime Minister with his closest advisors, effectively debates in the Cabinet room, at 9:15 meetings, in meetings of the Prime Minister and his advisors. Did you form a view yourself as to the divide between the taking of those decisions by the Prime Minister and his advisors and the necessary debate which had to take place in Cabinet? Did you believe that Cabinet was in any way being sidelined, as one or two witnesses have suggested?
You know, that's not my strong recollection. I mean, to reiterate what I said before, first and foremost, I was always in a position where I felt I had the opportunity to provide the Prime Minister with relevant advice and information that he needed. That's the first thing to say. I think the second broad observation I have was that the COVID-O and COVID-S structure actually worked, I thought, quite well. It was modelled on something that the Prime Minister himself, I think, had brought in during the Brexit process. So it was a template that I participated on more at the O level in those days. So it's a template that had been used before, had been shown to work. My general recollection is that it was a good structure, and it did that separation between broader strategy and operations. I thought was a structure that made sense, and I found typically effective. I think my significant recollection of this time was the lack of the task force model early on, which was corrected by about June and then improved as well over time. And I think that was an improvement. And I think actually that is a model that now is ready to be deployed off the shelf, and rightly so. But not having a task force at the centre that I think it was described as the gearbox or the engine room that could synthesise across departments the information and analysis and advice coming in for the Prime Minister to present things in the round, together with input from SAGE, I think was a necessary and an important step in improving the quality of the decision making and the sharing of information. And so that was not there in the first couple of months. And clearly at that phase, it was DH were described as the lead department with the response, particularly in March and April. And I think if this happened again, one would want to make sure that task force model was there from the beginning, day one, day zero, because that definitely improved things.
It was Mr. Cummings who referred to the Cabinet Office as being a gearbox, but with sand in it. Did you, as Chancellor, take a view as to the efficiency of the Cabinet Office, particularly in those early days from March through to May, by which time, as you rightly say, the COVID-S, COVID-O structure was put into place?
I think it was very difficult. I think it's obviously easy to sit here now and say task force was better. Of course it was. COVID-O and COVID-S was better. Yes, of course it was, and it improved decision making. I think those first few weeks were extremely difficult for everybody. I don't doubt that everyone was trying very hard to do the best that they could in trying circumstances, dealing with something that we hadn't dealt with before. So it's, I wouldn't sit here and say that people weren't doing the best they could. I think they were. But it's clear that the task force structure, the O and the S structures, made things, I think, work more effectively and efficiently, and they were not there right at the beginning. And it's good that they were implemented, and good that they continue to improve over time. But I think the other thing I'd say is, I think there is this perception that somehow decisions are not being made in these fora. But I think they're really, my strong recollection is that they were. I mean, the COVID-Os and COVID-S were the places where an appropriate group of people came together to discuss, to deliberate, for the Prime Minister to make his decision. Now, there's obviously a trade-off between speed of decision-making and the number of people involved. I mean, it was ever thus, and I think there's probably no perfect answer. Ultimately, it's for the Prime Minister to himself figure out what the right balance between those two things is. Broadly, I thought the O-S structure did that. But also, decision-making is an iterative process. That's the reality of government. I think what would be normal is that there would be a series of potentially bilateral meetings or a small group meeting leading up to the final decision meeting. I think that's completely fine. Every Prime Minister will have a different decision-making process that works for them. That's the previous Prime Minister, I think, liked that. I think nothing wrong with it, quite healthy. It allowed him time to digest the arguments. So I don't think there's anything wrong with there being a series of meetings considering the same topic before a final COVID-O, COVID-S or cabinet meeting to take the final decision.
Your answer, at least at the start, Mr. Sunak, was heavily predicated upon the existence of COVID-S and COVID-O. But in the earlier period, particularly around the time of the first lockdown and those decisions in March and April, the evidence from a number of witnesses is to the effect that there was a circumvention of cabinet governance, a certain level of dysfunction, and I emphasise it's only evidence, and these are all matters for my lady in due course. But the witnesses have spoken about dysfunction in number 10 in the Cabinet Office, and how the system around the Prime Minister was not working well, to put it neutrally. That must have been something that was apparent to you as the occupant of number 11. You could not have seen how number 10 was responding to this unprecedented crisis.
So you described, not what people saying about dysfunction in number 10 or the Cabinet Office. Obviously, I didn't work directly in number 10 or in the Cabinet Office. So it's hard for me to comment on that, other than to say that my interactions with number 10 and the Cabinet Office during this period felt fine to me. Again, I go back to, broadly, was I able to input advice to the Prime Minister, or when decisions were being made? I felt I was. I didn't feel I'd been shut out or not able to participate. And my recollection of that period, that early period, was a series of, I think as it was then, as you say, not COVID-O, COVID-S, they were probably COBRA meetings, which involved groups of people considering these things. So lots of people were around the table, was my recollection, at the key moments on the 16th of March, the 9th of March. As far as I can remember, at all of those points, there was a COBRA meeting. I was probably at it. There were minutes that were circulated, or SAGE minutes that had been circulated that formed part of the advice pack. Deliberations were made, decisions were taken quite quickly and acted on in all of those key moments. So that's my general recollection of the period. You're absolutely right, and as I've said, the formal task force structure and the O&S structure hadn't been established at this point, but things were moving so quickly, and largely, as I'm sure we'll get on to, the government, the Prime Minister, just largely acted on the advice that was put in front of him from SAGE with regard to what interventions to implement at what time. I mean, that's my strong recollection of this period, of those 3 weeks in March, 2 weeks in March.
The public health considerations took primacy.
Absolutely.
In effect,
yeah.
Which is why, although the arguments about the likely impact of lockdown were made, they didn't assume anything like a comparable strength in terms of the overall.
Yeah, you've said that before, and I agree. It was the Department for Health were very clearly, as per all the evidence, the lead department leading the response. My strong recollection of this period is the advice would come in from SAGE. Obviously, that advice changed over the weeks, which I'm sure we'll get into. But largely, my recollection is the government acted on the advice it was given with regard to interventions, and the economic advice, as you pointed to, was provided. I'd say not just for information, that's to downplay it, but it was not driving the conversation, and that's right in the way that you've described it.
In your statement, you describe how you would, in addition to these formal procedures, see the Prime Minister informally, but that no decisions of significance were made in those situations, and you state all major decisions were made within formal structures. But presumably during these informal debates, COVID was at least part, if not the predominant part of the debate, and how economically and fiscally there were issues to be debated.
Yes, I think when I was talking about that, I wasn't referring to this period. I mean, I didn't know the Prime Minister particularly well at this point in time when I became Chancellor. Obviously, that relationship grew over time, and both of us living in the same building. So this went on for almost 2 years. So over the course of that period, as we got to know each other better, there's clearly more opportunities for, we might be sitting in the garden together at the weekend or something. So as is completely normal. So it wouldn't just be COVID, because by the point those types of conversations were happening between us, there were other things as well.
Not just COVID, but of course always with an economic or fiscal bent to it. That is, of course, what your role was. You were the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Yes, I would say all our conversations were work-related. We were also able to talk about things that were not work-related. But I'd say my conversations with them on policy would obviously be predominantly based on the economic and fiscal considerations of what we were doing. Of course,
there were debates about the matters which were of the greatest concern to the government at that time. That is why, of course, you were discussing them with the Prime Minister. And I asked...
I mean, I'd say, yes, I think there is a distinction. I think you just work with colleagues, and if you happen to be neighbours, it's impossible not to see each other outside of a formal COVID-S meeting. That's just the practical reality of being neighbours and sharing a garden and living in the same building. So it would be weird not to have had conversations about life, family, friends, work at the same time. But in terms of decision-making structures, as I'm very clear that there was rigorous and proper debate and deliberation with colleagues in those structures after they were set up, and even before that, more generally. And that was my consistent view throughout. I mean, those debates and deliberations did happen throughout with not just me, but with other colleagues as well.
I ask, as you know well, because of the article in The Spectator, Rishi Sunak on what we weren't told, dated the 27th of August 22, in which the author of the article says that you said that you tried not to challenge the Prime Minister in public or leave a paper trail. I'd say a lot of stuff to him in private. This is, of course, it's on page 8 if you want to see it in all its glory. This is all, of course, in the context of COVID. The article is, of course, about your role in COVID. And as I say, it says he tried not to challenge the Prime Minister in public or leave a paper trail. I'd say a lot of stuff to him in private. There's some written record of everything. In general, people leak it and it causes problems. Why, if you were debating these hugely important topics with the Prime Minister, was it important not to leave a paper trail?
I think, as the article says, that's not something that I've said. The quote from me is, I'd say a lot of stuff to him in private. And in fact, there is some written record of everything. So, I mean, of course, I had conversations with the Prime Minister. As I said, you share a garden, your neighbours, you live together. Of course, there'd be conversations I'd be having with him. And in terms of written records, I mean, I'm sure we'll get onto it. At multiple moments, I would write to him with just so that he could have it in one place, a set of thoughts or analysis from me with regard perhaps to exit roadmaps or the 2 metre to 1 metre, or and there'll be others, or travel. So there's there is actually, in fact, lots of different bits of evidence that you have and that we've provided of when I did actually write to him formally at particular points where I thought it made sense to lay out a set of arguments from me to him.
And we will look at some of the bilateral. There are many, many bilateral meetings where formally your officials and yourself and the Prime Minister and his officials met to talk about COVID-related issues as well as all the other economically related issues you raise. It's just that what is the inquiry to make of the suggestion here, to which you do appear to lend your support, that there was a form of communication between the Prime Minister that was not recorded and was obviously of significance?
Well, I think the point I'd probably challenge is of significance. I think it is genuinely impossible for every single conversation between 2 cabinet ministers, whoever they are, to be recorded. I mean, there aren't civil servants following cabinet ministers through the division lobbies on a typical evening where they might be chatting about something, or if I was having lunch with my family in the garden at the same time that the Prime Minister was on a typical weekend in Downing Street, and we'd obviously be chatting as we were barbecuing or something. I mean, it's clearly impractical to think that every single conversation between 2 cabinet ministers can be recorded in that way, but I think everyone would accept that. But I think that's obviously fine, because what is happening is when there are formal decisions to be made and formal conversations to be had, those are happening with officials, they are minuted, they're happening in cabinet committees or COVID-Os or COVID-Ss or in cabinet itself or in bilateral meetings, and the decision itself is made in those forums, and that's ultimately what matters, is the decision and how it was made and who fed into it, and that's all a matter of public record and recorded correctly. I mean, I think it's implausible to think that every single conversation between 2 cabinet ministers could be recorded in that way. I mean, that's not just not practical or plausible.
All right. Page 3 of the same article, and maybe you've got something to say about what should be taken from this article generally, but on page 3, you refer to in general terms, you refer to the conversations that you had with the Prime Minister and to the debate that went on constantly around the Prime Minister as to what decisions should be taken. You say a cost-benefit calculation, a basic requirement for pretty much every public health intervention, was never made, or at least that's what the journalist has said you were implying. I wasn't allowed to talk about the trade-off, says Sunak. Ministers were briefed by Number 10 on how to handle questions about the side effects of lockdown. The script was never not to ever acknowledge them. The script was, oh, there's no trade-off because doing this for our health is good for the economy. We need to be quite clear, don't we, that the reality was that the Chancellor of the Exchequer, yourself, and HMT took every opportunity to bring to the attention of the Prime Minister the potential consequences of the lockdown decisions and the fiscal and economic harm that would be done. That's very apparent. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that was my primary responsibility, and that's what we did.
And if we look at 182359, this is an analytical note which expressly refers to it being a trade-off between continuing COVID-19 social distancing and minimising foregone economic activity and other costs. Was this a document produced by HMT dated the 22nd of April, provided to the Quad group of ministers, that's to say, the group of yourself, the First Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Rabb, Mr. Gove and Mr. Hancock, whilst the Prime Minister was ill? So a Treasury document that expressly addresses the trade-off between continuing social distancing and economic activity.
I'm not familiar with that document, so I don't know if it's clear who
you may
it's
not
come
know
from.
the individual document, but
well, I do recall, because the person who wrote it, I worked with him in a previous guise, and I don't think he did work at Treasury. I thought he was in a different department, so it's not obvious to me that the document does come from the Treasury or not. So I can't say that it does come from the Treasury. My point, though, referring to the quote you had from the Spectator article previously, was not about the substance of the discussions that were happening in government, which, as you rightly said, and I was making the point about some of the consequences. Again, not just economic, but the other impacts in all other walks of life as well. The point was about the communication strategy. And I can certainly sympathise, actually, with a communication strategy that wanted to simplify things, because we were dealing with something that was, again, unprecedented. We didn't know how people would respond, behave, comply. And so the sense was a simpler communication strategy would be better for achieving that objective, and it was just better to focus on the health impacts, and because that would be the way to improve compliance. And I have sympathy. That's a reasonable argument to make, but that argument that was made to achieve that aim came at the cost of not having from the beginning a broader conversation about the other impacts and other walks of life. And again, impacts that may not be felt immediately, but would be felt down the line. And I think that was the approach of the communication strategy. That's what I was referring to in the Spectator article. And again, it doesn't mean that it was wrong, by the way, because I think it's a reasonable position to have taken that it was better to have a simpler communication strategy that didn't talk about all those other things, because we wanted people to comply with what we were asking them to do. Reasonable position. I was making the point that I think you could have said, actually, we could have had a broader conversation from the beginning about some of these things. That was the point I was making in the article. But this document, as I said, I don't know or recollect.
The article itself makes no reference to this being a comms issue. It simply quotes you as saying the script was not to ever acknowledge them. The script was there's no trade-off because doing this for our health is good for the economy. But you say that was just a question of communication.
Yes, because I think if you can bring it back.
Page 3 of 280042. and it's the top of the page, Mr. Sunak.
Yes, it was. That is talking about the common strategy, because it's what you're allowed to talk about. It says very specifically, and then again, not my words, but the author's words, ministers were briefed by number 10 on how to handle questions about the side effects of lockdown. That again is briefing before people do media appearances, and the script in a generic sense probably refers to the standard what number 10 produces and still produces to this day as a kind of broadcast script or broadcast brief that has the government's overall public-facing narrative. So that is very much what those comments are talking about.
But there was no doubt whatsoever, as far as you could tell, in the public's mind, that as Chancellor, you were warning of the economic and fiscal consequences of lockdowns, that your position and HMT's position was that there is a trade-off. If you make a decision to lockdown, it's going to be enormously damaging. I mean, that was your raison d'etre, was it not?
I think that, maybe I wouldn't quite put it like that, but I'd say almost constitutional responsibility as Chancellor of the Exchequer was to make sure that the Prime Minister had the economic, the analysis and the advice relating to the economic and fiscal implications or consequences of the decisions that he was considering. Of course, that was my job, and of course, that's what I did. And I don't think it's controversial. Indeed, even I see now in the evidence has been submitted to the inquiry by many of the scientists from SAGE acknowledging that the benefit, I think the chief science advisor at the time former chief science advisor said that the benefits of imposing lockdowns had to be balanced by policymakers against the social, health and other economic detriments that they would cause. I think Professor Edmonds said policymakers had to weigh up many other ethical, logistical and economic constraints. And again, I could quote, actually the previous chief science advisor also said there were costs in other domains of life, economic, people's well-being, education, all those needed to be analysed. So I don't think it's particularly controversial to say that, of course, there are lots of other impacts that come from decisions. My particular responsibility was to make sure that the economic ones were considered, or the Prime Minister had an opportunity to consider them.
It is obvious that you've spoken.
There's a separate question. Sorry to interrupt, and then there's a separate question about how much it is appropriate to talk about those in public, which is what this refers to.
We need to be clear about this, Mr. Sunak. You made no bones about the fact that there was a trade-off, that there were huge, it's self-evident, devastating economic and societal consequences from the lockdown decisions. That is obvious. The whole country knows that. The Chancellor of the Exchequer yourself made no bones about it. The Treasury raised quite properly, perhaps constitutionally, all the concerns that needed to be raised. But you reject the suggestion, which appears to be given by this article, that full debate, the nature of the trade-off, wasn't properly identified, or at least wasn't properly ventilated by you, perhaps because of briefings by number 10. And I want to ask you whether that was in fact correct.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did ministers brief you, or rather did number 10 brief you, that you couldn't raise the obvious issue of the economic and fiscal harm that would be done by a lockdown decision? Was that not, in fact, a debate that was obvious to everybody, and it was a debate in which you played a full part?
As I said, that debate was certainly something that happened in the deliberations. As we've previously been discussing, it didn't happen particularly extensively for the first lockdown because everything happened very quickly at that point and was driven, as I said, largely by the public health advice. Over time, that debate became I'd say more a feature of the discussions, particularly because we started to have more understanding and evidence of the impact on the short term, at least, of what lockdowns were doing, or the MPIs were doing in other domains or other walks of life. So that was the kind of evolution of the debate inside of government. As I said, from a comm strategy, very understandably, as I said, reasonable people can disagree. Simplicity of message is often important, and the simpler message was just to focus on the public health side of it earlier on. And again, I think that evolved over time. And if you compare what was said in press conferences in the autumn, for example, when these debates were happening, it had evolved by that period of time. Earlier on, it was certainly not a feature. I think you can just see that if you watch all the press conferences. And then when you get to the autumn, you have, I think, in the press conferences, a much more open discussion about the fact that there are all these other things that policymakers have to take into account. These aren't easy decisions, they're balanced decisions, they're all different types of impact. You had, whether it's Chris Whitty or Patrick Vallance saying all the things that I've just said in press conferences in September and October. I don't think you would find those that type of communications or forming part of the message earlier on in the pandemic. I think that's probably fair to say.
Right. Can we have 236586, page 1, please, which is an email from your principal private secretary, Elizabeth Perelman, dated the 6th of June 2020. The subject, Prime Minister, is read out Friday bilat. Is bilat a shorthand for the meetings that you had bilaterally with the Prime Minister?
Yes.
On NPI, non-pharmaceutical easements, non-pharmaceutical intervention easements, no actions for teams, just for info only. Your principal private secretary says, following the inconclusive strategy meeting, the Prime Minister, Chancellor met and discussed the plan for NPI easements on Friday. No other minister included, shows the strength of the Chancellor's voice in these discussions. This email, did you see this email after the event? Did you see the readout? Do you recall?
No, I wouldn't typically see these readouts.
She does appear there to be referring to how, as the Chancellor, because of your ability to meet bilaterally with the Prime Minister, your voice carried a particular strength. Would you agree? I'm not entirely sure. I would agree in any disproportionate sense. It's completely normal for the Prime Minister to meet with the Chancellor bilaterally. I do the same now in this job. Previous Prime Minister did the same. I mean, that's unsurprising. So that we're not at cross purposes. There is no suggestion, any impropriety, meeting with the Prime Minister bilaterally. You are the Chancellor. He is the Prime Minister. It's a vital relationship to the workings of government. But I want to ask you to assess the strength of your voice in those discussions on the issues which directly concerned the pandemic, because of the debate about SAGE and the NPI easements and so on.
As I've already said, I felt I always had the opportunity to convey my thoughts and provide advice to the Prime Minister. I said that early on, and that happened in a range of forums, whether in these bilateral meetings or through the smaller group meetings or the COVID-O or the COVID-S. I've been, I think, consistent in my evidence that I always felt I had the opportunity to provide the Prime Minister with advice.
Indeed.
I wouldn't read anything particularly into the fact that I had a bilateral meeting with him. I'm sure he was having bilateral meetings with other ministers as well, all part of how he would like to make decisions, and that ultimately is a question for him. But for my part, of course, I had the opportunity to feed in.
If we look at page 2, we can see a reference to next steps. And after a list of next steps or actions which are envisaged to be taken, your principal private secretary says this: on Monday, I'm just going to check where number 10 have got to and ensure on track for Tuesday. Until announced, you never know. That would appear on one reading to be a reference to an understanding held by her that there was a degree of backing and veering or change in position, or perhaps just debate within number 10, which meant that until decisions were actually announced, there was a risk they might not be adhered to. Would you agree?
I think I touched on it in my responses earlier, that decision-making is a process. And every Prime Minister will have a different process by which they want to make decisions. And that would just be different depending on the personality style of the person in the job. But my experience of the previous Prime Minister was, and I think entirely rightly, that for big decisions, he would want to go over the arguments, test out different points of view. He might do some of that bilaterally with ministers, do some of it in smaller group meetings, and through that process, again, same way that you develop policy or I develop policy as Chancellor, that process of discussion, debate, reviewing evidence and analysis might change your mind on something. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Over the many policy development processes that I've personally been involved in as Chancellor, it might well be the case that you come to a question with an intuitive view of what you think is right, and over the course of a policy development process, going over the analysis, the evidence, hearing from people, that you think, well, I did think that, but it's clear now, having reviewed everything, that that wasn't right, or we should do it a different way. I think that's entirely normal, particularly when you're dealing with something that is uncertain and unprecedented. It's not surprising that that happens, and I don't necessarily think that it is a bad thing. I think it shows that someone is engaging with the process and hearing from different people before you get to a final decision meeting in the right format, COVID-O, COVID-S, cabinet, etc. But I don't think it's necessarily, as I said, a bad thing that over the course of a process the Prime Minister would want to hear different points of view before coming to a final decision, and it may well be that during that process, you hear different things which challenge thoughts that you had before.
236594, page 1, is another email from Elizabeth Perelman to various recipients in the Treasury. We can see at the bottom of that first page, the Chancellor in particular wanted to thank you, the economic team, the health team and the COVID team for all the work. The briefs and information meant the Chancellor was well armed to challenge and scrutinise the proposal. I should say this is dated the 9th of October, Prime Minister, and had a level of detail beyond the rest of the room which allowed us to make and land our points with a great result. An outline of the wider discussion is below, but afterwards there was a smaller Prime Minister Chancellor huddle, and the upshot is no final decision has been taken on the MPIs. And then over the page, please. However, the Prime Ministerial steer is that he's not minded to agree to the Cabinet Office proposal. His preference is either to do nothing or close pubs only. And then, under the bulleted points, clearly there is a high risk that this is unpicked over Friday the weekend. So 2 questions, please, Mr. Sunak. Firstly, the reference to the fact that there was a huddle between yourself and the Prime Minister after the general debate appears to suggest that with this Prime Minister there was an ability to get the last word in, to meet with him and to be able to influence his ultimate decision. And secondly, the reference to unwinding and unpicking a position which appears to have been agreed suggests that this wasn't an open-ended debate which led to a consistent decision. There was the ability to be able to unwind or unpick a position which had already been reached. Do you agree with both those propositions or neither?
Well, obviously I didn't write the email,
No.
so I don't know precisely what it refers to. And is it possible that I might have had a chat with the Prime Minister once a meeting wound up on my way back somewhere? Of course that's possible. He might have said to me, that was interesting, I'm thinking X as a result of it. I mean, I don't think anything particularly wrong with that, right? I mean, I don't call it huddle or not. It might be just that he might have just giving me a sense of where his head was at that particular moment in time. And again, I don't think there's anything particularly untoward about that, to be honest. And as I've talked previously about decision-making processes, and ultimately there would be a final decision taken at an appropriate forum. It might well be that there had been an iterative process leading up to that. But again, I don't think in and of itself that is necessarily a bad thing. And again, I'm not entirely sure what this specifically refers to.
You referred to the fact that there might be an issue as to where his head is at, where the Prime Minister has reached in terms of his thinking. And I need to ask you, because of the evidence which has been given by his former cabinet secretaries, his former chief advisor, his former director of communications, also by privately his chief scientific advisor, that he had a tendency to back and veer, to bear the impression of the last person who sat in him in terms of the debates which were raging in Downing Street, and that this led to a degree of chaos, or to use Sir Patrick Vance's words, operational inefficiency. Were you aware that his closest advisors had seemingly unanimously taken the view that there was a lack of efficiency? The administration is described privately as brutal and useless, or criminally incompetent, or operationally chaotic. Was any of that known to you?
No, I don't think any of those comments were shared with me at the time. You made a point, though, Mr. Keith, is that debates raged. I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing.
No, indeed.
I mean, it's right that there was vigorous debate, because these were incredibly consequential decisions for tens of millions of people in all spheres, whether it was health, whether it was education, whether it was economic, whether it was social, whether it was the long-term impacts. These were incredibly big decisions, the likes of which no Prime Minister had taken in decades, if ever, like this. So the fact that there was debate and that people were passionate about it and they had different points of view is I think, A, unsurprising, and B, good, because it would be worse if we were having this conversation and all the commentary was, well, there was no debate about any of this whatsoever. It was all just signed off straightforward. Someone put a piece of paper, someone checked, and that was the last we heard of it. I think that would actually be far worse, quite frankly. It's good that there was debate about these things. Now, in terms of operational inefficiency, again, there is no perfect amount of deliberation versus speed. That's a trade-off that only the Prime Minister can make. Again, and it will be context dependent, it will be decision dependent, so it's hard to generalise what the right amount of deliberative time is. But as I've talked about the process, I don't think it's a problem that the Prime Minister gets advice from different people, mulls over it, tries out different arguments, assuming there is the time to do that before coming to a final decision. I think it's a good thing that there was debate, because debate was required when you're dealing with consequences of the sort that we were.
How often, if at all, Mr. Sunak, did you leave Downing Street or leave number 10 Downing Street after debating issues with the Prime Minister, perhaps in a bilateral or multilateral conversation, and been told that a decision had been reached or that his view was X, to find out later that his view had changed or that a decision had been unwound or unpicked? Can you recall any such instance of that happening over this particularly fraught period from March through to October?
I'm sure it did. I mean, we make so many decisions over the course of 2 years.
We know which decisions are the most important. We know the momentous decisions, Mr. Sunak. Did he change his mind when you had been given to understand that he had reached a view on the decisions which you and his closest advisors were debating at such ferocious length?
Again, I think if you could be more specific, if we talk about the first, there were many momentous decisions, right? So, that's why this is an important piece of work that is extensive. But we'll get into, if we talk chronologically, the decisions around the first lockdown. No, I don't think that happened, because we haven't got into it yet, and we haven't touched on the economic analysis, which I think we'll come to later. You said where I can talk about the economic context we're operating in, but. My strong recollection of those few weeks in March was that advice was put to the government, to the Prime Minister from Sage, and advice was followed pretty much imminently on the same day in most cases, if not all cases, during that period. The advice changed from Sage during that period, but the government, when the advice changed, the government acted. The Prime Minister didn't say, I'm going to do this and then I'm going to change. We were sitting there, we got the advice about when we should implement self-isolation, household isolation, originally not to close schools, not to ban mass events. Things changed, particularly on the 16th of March. That's when the advice from Sage changed considerably about the speed of implementation. But again, Prime Minister reacted. Schools were closed on, I think, that was announced on the 18th, because that was put before the committee at the time. And again, that was just acted on immediately, I think the same day, both on the 16th and the 18th. I think the Prime Minister stood up the same day and announced those decisions. And again, even up to about, I think, the 19th or of March, the view from SAGE, the view from the Chief Medical Officer was that the existing measures that had been announced, if there was, in their words, 75% compliance, they should do the trick, right? And again, then it was clear that compliance maybe wasn't high enough and further interventions had to be put in place. But my strong recollection in that period of all those decisions is there wasn't we do one thing and then change our minds. It was just the government responding to the advice from their scientific advisors. The scientific advice changed, and then the government obviously changed with it. But there wasn't. I think that's not. Again, that's what the government did at that time. It followed the advice from the scientists and didn't change its mind.
And may we take it, because you've referred to the first lockdown decision by way of your answer. May we take it that the same position took place, the same position was reached in relation to the later decisions, for example, roadmaps and easements, circuit breakers, package A, tiers, and so on and so forth. Are you saying that there was a consistent, clear position adopted by Downing Street after the debate that obviously took place, and decisions weren't made which were then unpicked, or that there was a consistent approach adopted? I mean, for those later periods.
You just named, I think, almost 6 different decisions, all of which probably merit, and I'm sure we will have a fulsome discussion on each of them.
But so I'm asking you just generally, your impression as the Chancellor. Were you a Chancellor in an administration in which there was an absence of clear, consistent decision-making following full and robust debate? Or was it your impression that the decisions were being made properly, that there was a proper opportunity for everybody to have their say, and then the Prime Minister took decisions and stuck to them? Which is it?
So I can only answer for myself in terms of, did everyone have the ability they wanted to feed in, ultimately, because I'm not, I don't know the extent to which other cabinet ministers felt that they were sufficiently included or fed in or met the Prime Minister. It's a question for them. I've been consistently clear. For my part, I did have that ability from the beginning and throughout to feed in to decision making. And as I said, throughout, it's right that there was debate and discussion and debate. That's my general recollection. There weren't decisions that were made by fiat. There was good debate and discussion about decisions as we went. And unfortunately, we were just dealing with an unpredictable situation which people hadn't experienced before. And so did things have to iterate as we went along? Of course they did. And we'll get into that, I'm sure, when we address each of those individual decisions that you mentioned. Now, in each of those, of course, there would have been a period of iteration where we adjust the circumstances or facts as they changed. Don't think that is wrong, and I think it's hard to generalise, but what we should do is go into each of those things in detail, as I look forward to doing, and I'm sure we will over the course of today.
We will. The first lockdown decision was taken on the 23rd of March. In your statement, you relay, as you said this morning, your general impression that the recommendations which were being made in public health terms were strongly supported, and there was a sense of the sooner the better that they were implemented, because the majority of the advice, indeed the vast majority of the advice that the government was receiving in those weeks of the 9th and the 16th of March, focused upon the public health considerations, the exponential nature of the growth curve, the damage that would be done and the ultimate collapse of the NHS, and of course on the number of deaths, the mortality that would ensue. Can you recall, Mr. Sunak, your take on and your recollection of the robustness of the data underpinning the proposition that the NHS would collapse? It was obviously debated by you and others at the meeting on the Monday, the 23rd. It was debated at all the COBRAs and the cabinet meetings hitherto. What was the understanding that you had? Was it undoubtedly going to be the case that the NHS would collapse, or was it a question of it's in peril, there are very grave concerns as to whether or not it'll be overwhelmed or overtopped, But we've got to see to what extent surge capacity and the heroic efforts of the NHS itself could save the day. Where was the final line reached?
I can't specifically recall the analysis that was presented. My overall recollections of this period, which may be helpful for context, were obviously we were starting to get information coming in about COVID internationally. The general response was being led by DH. I think you will be familiar with the contain, delay strategy, which is what we were advised by the scientific experts to follow. The strategy was, as you said, to prevent the NHS from being overwhelmed. I vividly recall at the time the chief scientific advisor saying, and I think it's recorded in the minutes, that the strategy was not to completely suppress the disease, right? Which I think there was a misunderstanding about this, but that he was very explicit that wouldn't work, and that would just lead to a second peak later in the year, which did overwhelm the NHS. So what they wanted to do was flatten the curve, change the epidemiological shape, and they were very concerned about going too early. Right, the general advice from them was they were worried about implementing these things too early. They said that in private, but also in private in the meetings, but also in public in the press conferences. But you're right. Increasingly, it became, well, the advice we were getting was the NHS was imminently in danger of being overwhelmed. Incrementally, more and more measures were implemented. New modelling came out, I think, around the 16th, which changed the timing that Sage had worked to previously. Government acted on that, acted again on the 18th. And as I said, I think Chris Whitty on about the 19th was clear that the decisions we'd made, having closed schools at that point, were announced. So if there was good compliance, should be sufficient. That turned out not to be the case, and obviously subsequent measures were implemented. I don't remember the specific analysis that we were shown about the NHS being overwhelmed. I don't think I would have been in any position to challenge it if it was coming from the NHS at that moment.
But and how much of the debate on that Monday revolved around an understanding of what the impact on the NHS might be? The reason I ask, so that you can understand the genesis of the question, Prime Minister, is that there was a great deal of information about beds and ICU beds and the number of beds and so on, and how many would be needed and whether they'd be overwhelmed and so on. But there was also a fair amount of information from the NHS as to what could be done by way of additional surge capacity, whether the NHS would survive, whether it could survive. And given that ultimately the decision to lock down rested, at least in part, on what the impact on the NHS would be likely to be if that decision were not taken, we need to know to what extent the actuality of the impact on the NHS was debated. Was it taken as said that there would be a collapse and therefore you had to act? Was there a detailed debate about the reality of the NHS and whether or not, in fact, an alternative position could be taken which wouldn't inevitably lead to the collapse of the NHS?
So I can't specifically recall. You're absolutely right. There was a lot of talk about ICUs and monitoring of ICUs, what was happening. And then you had the forecast from the scientific advisors with degrees of infection and hospitalizations. Indeed. And then, as far as I can remember, but I might be confusing it with a later period, you could easily plot the curves of, here's a line of NHS capacity, here's the predicted emissions.
There were curves then, undoubtedly.
And look, of course, you would look to see, well, how can we improve capacity through nightingales or flexing staffing ratios, all these types of things, which we did. I don't think I was in a particular position, or I don't remember there being enormous challenge of those assumptions that we were presented with the NHS. I'll be honest, though, I can't precisely recall, but I think it was just I think it was largely taken if they were saying we were going to be overwhelmed in a matter of days or weeks if this carries on this projected curve. There wasn't an enormous amount of disagreement with that. Regardless, we should do everything we can to increase capacity, and I think we did, investing in nightingales in particular, and changing staffing ratios was the other thing that helped. But I don't precisely, as I said, recall the data that was presented in the debate that was had around it. But you are right that was what was driving everything. I said it was not a total suppression. And I think this is where this issue of herd immunity came out.
I'm so sorry for interrupting. Can we address herd immunity and the other strategic or the conceptual issue separately?
Sure.
Just finally on this question of the NHS. In hindsight, Prime Minister, and you've looked back at the documentation from that weekend, of course, and on the Monday, and the COBRA meeting on the Monday at 5 p.m, and the Cabinet meeting, which took place afterwards, after the public announcement on the Tuesday. Are you surprised by a relative absence of hard data as to the direct impact on the NHS and on the amount of debate which was directed towards working out what really would happen to the NHS if, by contrast to taking that further ultimate step on the Monday, the government had simply waited to see whether or not the measures imposed in good faith the previous week should be given more time to work?
So one of my more general reflections on this whole thing, but particularly on this period as well, is about data and access to good data. I think it's very clear that early on there just wasn't the quality and timeliness of the data in all areas that you would have liked in order to make decisions. I think that's clear. Now, that improved over time. I think so. The good news is I'd like to believe if this happened again, actually we now know the data that we need and are able to get it in terms of monitoring the progression of the virus or what's happening in the economy or the testing, all these things, including the NHS. Do I think at this moment in time the data was perfect? I doubt it was. I can't remember it precisely. I would assume it will be much improved today compared to as it was then about our ability to know exactly what was happening in various hospitals. And to your broader, so I think a general reflection, look, I agree, data was not as good as it could have been at the beginning. I think that improved over time and would be a big lessons learned for me. To your broader point about was there enough attention scrutiny on this, this was all happening very quickly. As the advice was coming in from the people at Sage, it was essentially just acted on the I think on the 12th, on the 16th, on the 18th, on the 20th and the 23rd. Sorry, I know you're referring to days and I think about it as dates in my head. So if you could translate your Mondays and Sundays into dates, it would help me. But those are the key dates that I remember in the key meetings. I think the 16th is when the advice from Sage changed about the timing of implementation. Government, I think, made an announcement same day. 18th, again. Indeed. Conversation about London.
Will you forgive me if sorry, because we're going to be looking at it after the break in a bit more detail. But
okay.
I didn't suggest to you that the data was not as it could have been at the beginning, to which you lent your assent by saying, I agree. There was obviously data before you and your colleagues from the NHS sit reps, which were daily. There was data in relation to the number of beds, the number of ICU beds and so on. There was data in relation to the infection fatality rates, the hospitalisation rate and so on. The broad position was plain as a pikestaff. You knew what the position was in the NHS, and you knew what the position was in terms of hospitalisation and fatality rates. My question to you is, are you surprised at the relative absence of debate in those final ultimate decision-making meetings as to what really would happen to the NHS if you decided not to impose a mandatory stay-at-home order? I mean,
as I remember it, I think actually you have to remember there were all these scenes. What people talked about a lot was Lombardy, right? I think people it was in Italy, that region of Italy. There were these scenes of the hospitals being overwhelmed, and I think that was very much in people's consciousness at the time. Was the scenes from Lombardy, what happened in Lombardy, and needing to avoid that happening in the UK. So I think that was the kind of emotional backdrop to these conversations. And you're absolutely right. Of course, the NHS presented all the data on ICU and all that, and it was based on the combination of the scientific modelling of what was going to happen to hospital admissions and the NHS saying, well, obviously, if you have admissions up here and capacity down here, that's a pretty poor outcome for everybody. I don't remember the degree of scrutiny over those assumptions and saying, no, you guys are just being very conservative. Clearly, you can treat 5 times as many people as you think. I don't remember those precise conversations. They may well have happened. I wouldn't have any particular ability to challenge them, I don't think. I mean, if the chief medical officer and the head of the NHS are telling you this is the amount of staff we've got, this is how many are going to be off sick themselves, this is the maximum number of people, or the ratio we can have of ICU nurses to a bed, even if we flex it, it's probably hard for me to say, well, you're wrong, right? I mean, I could probably say, well, they've done this over here or done this over there, but again, this is not my lane, so to speak. But
this was, of course, one of the most momentous decisions in the history of this nation. A great deal of water was passed under the bridge. The decision taken at that 5 p.m. meeting.
On what when you say the 5 p.m. meeting, what date?
Monday, the 23rd of March, the decision to impose a mandatory stay-at-home order, followed by the Prime Ministerial announcement, and then the Cabinet meeting the following day. It all revolved around that decision. My suggestion to you is that debate just didn't take place, or if it did, it didn't take place to the degree to which it should.
Yeah, I can't precisely recall that particular meeting, but as I said, the track record of all those meetings, 16th, 18th, 19th, or 20th and 23rd, was the government following the scientific advice that was put in front of it about the right MPIs to implement and at what time. Based on protecting the NHS, as you said.
Thank you. Milady, does that give you a moment?
Certainly. We'll break till 12:05.
All right.
and I think the minutes of one of the meetings in I think maybe it is on the 12th, to your point, where I think the minutes say that he said a good outcome being that by September 2020 herd immunity would be reached. So that's in the...
That's the reference to herd immunity. In fact,
That's in the minutes of that meeting attributed to him. But I think it was just to get the point across that the aim and the goal could not be and should not be to completely suppress the virus. It was about changing the shape of the curve. And all these interventions I saw as vis-a-vis our previous conversation at the end of the last session were about doing that so that the NHS was not overwhelmed.
There were a number of SAGE meetings and COBRA meetings where the issue of don't go too early,
yes,
timing is vital, dominated the debate,
yes, at
least the debate about whether or not measures should be implemented. You were, of course, present at the COBRAs. To what extent do you assess that had the government not received advice, don't go too early, there is a limit to which the population will be able to countenance and to deal with such measures? To what extent did that debate slow down the ultimate decision making?
Okay, my strong recollection from this period is that the government acted, I think, almost immediately on the recommendations from SAGE.
But SAGE didn't, with respect to make specific suggestions. It could only recommend that more stringent interventions would be applied, and then they would produce papers showing what the consequences would be of any particular intervention.
But they also advised on timing.
They did, ultimately on the 13th.
Both on substance and timing. So I think on the 9th of March, from memory, I have to check, was the meeting where they said, look, here are 3 things that we think you're going to need to do, but we don't think you need to implement even the first one until later in the month. And here are 3 things that you definitely don't need to think about now, including banning mass events or closing schools. So that was a meeting I remember vividly. Now, that was on the 9th, I think.
That was the week of the 9th of March.
And then what happened on what then they came back with timing advice, which on the 12th was more specific. And the timing advice on the 12th said you don't need to implement the first of these until, I think, the 20th and the other 2 later. Then that all changed on the 16th.
Well, there was a 13th SAGE where they said don't allow a concern about the timing of implementation to delay anything you might wish to do. So there was a change on the 13th in terms of material from SAGE, and the evidence is quite clearly that there were dramatic changes in the approach over that weekend.
I think the 16th is the meeting that I remember, which is where, and I think the imperial modelling had come out at around the same time. SAGE themselves said at that moment in time, and it's recorded in the minutes, that their view had changed just in the past few days. So
that's what you recall.
Yes, in those mid-teens days, something changed. I do remember it was the imperial modelling that had come out at around the same time, which no doubt was a factor, but again, you'd have to ask them. And then on the 16th, that's when they said, we need to do these things sooner than we thought, do them now. And I think the Prime Minister announced them that day.
He did. There was a suite of measures on the 16th, and then, of course, decision taken on the 18th to close schools, and then on the 20th, you'll recall vividly the decision that non-essential retail and so on should shut. But the fact that you, as Chancellor, recall the debate about the warning, and I don't mean that in any pejorative sense, the debate about the potential impact of going too early, rather suggests that it was an important issue and that it would be prone, it would be likely to have had an impact on the decision-making process.
I think we were following the advice from the scientists. So I do agree that we were influenced and informed by what they were telling the government to do and when to do it. And they definitely earlier on, as you've mentioned, they talked a lot about timing and not going too early, in their words, in the press conferences and with us in meetings.
On Thursday, the 19th of March, WhatsApps between Mr. Cummings and Mr. Keynes showed that there was an emergency, or at least a debate, that had to take place in front of the Prime Minister concerning the fear that the bond market, or I suppose the gilts market, as we would call it, might collapse, or at least a concern as to the extent to which the government might be able to fund itself. Just so that we can get the chronological picture correct, did you go and debate or speak to the Prime Minister on that Thursday in relation to your concerns about funding, because there had been, or as there was shortly to be, a placing of debt in the marketplace that failed? So there was a real problem on that Thursday.
Yes. Now, I don't recall the precise timing and the date when I was speaking to the Prime Minister on these issues, but you'll have a record of it. But the key moments were I received advice on the 19th.
Thursday.
Yes, and the reason for that was the day before there was a very significant move in gilt rates. So the cost of our borrowing, to put it in ordinary language, and there had been a move across most developed markets, bond markets, but the move in the UK was outsized relative to our peers, and that was obviously concerning. So that was the global investment community starting to take a different view on the UK government's ability to borrow or the price that we should pay for that. And the cost of our borrowing at that point had tripled in a matter of probably about a week.
So it was a very major problem.
So that was, and there are some other things that are technical, but led the Treasury and the advice I was getting to tell me that there was the gilt markets were showing some signs of impaired functioning. So that was that was what was happening on the 18th and the 19th.
Indeed.
And then something else happened on the 21st.
I don't want to go into the detail of it, but would you just confirm that, of course, the government put arrangements into place to ensure additional liquidity in the event they weren't used, but the government was on top of the problem, and you raised this problem with the Prime Minister on the Thursday in the context of the decision-making which was then going on as to whether or not London should be locked down first. And you were concerned that in any final decision, the Prime Minister understood that the bond market, the gilt market, was a consideration.
Yes.
Is that fair?
So I think it's worth, if you don't mind me just spending a minute on it, because I do think it's important for the context of the time, because it was incredibly worrying to me as Chancellor. What happened on the 21st is that we had a failed gilt auction.
Is this the DMO operation?
Yes. What that means is the government, in order to fund itself and pay for all the things that we need, borrows in the markets. And on that day, when we tried to borrow from people, the auction didn't go as planned, and we couldn't raise the money we needed. That is a extremely serious and rare event. It had happened once before in the financial crisis, and it unsurprisingly caused enormous anxiety inside the Treasury and with me, because it was a very worrying development. Subsequent to that, the government had to enter into, I think, what you were referring to, Mr. Keith, which was something called the Ways and Means Facility, which, again, in ordinary parlance is an overdraft facility at the Bank of England. It's the government saying we're not sure if we're going to be able to borrow the money that we need and fund ourselves, so we will open up essentially an overdraft at the Bank of England, and if need be, they will just fund us, which is, again, almost unprecedented. It happened once before in the crisis, and it's strong evidence of the extreme stress that we were under from a financing perspective. Sorry to explain, but I think it's important for understanding the context that I was operating in, and that's what I would have, over the course of those few days, no doubt have explained to the Prime Minister.
And what did you understand to have been the impact of you telling the Prime Minister about your concerns? So in the context of the debate which was running on, of course, during those days as to the extent to which further measures would need to be imposed, and, of course, ultimately whether there should be a lockdown decision, what impact did your concerns about the gilt or the bond market and the government's ability to fund itself have on that decision-making process? And I ask, and so that you are clear, there is some suggestion that there was on that Thursday mooted the possibility of locking down London in advance of the rest of the country. And we want to know to what extent that decision was influenced by the concerns about government borrowing.
I think probably a question for the previous Prime Minister, really, because he would have been hearing lots of different things from lots of different
But you
people.
must have expressed a view on it to the Prime Minister when you spoke to him on the Thursday.
I don't recall, other than explaining to him the stress that we were under, and it was a relevant consideration for him. That's why he had an impossible job in many ways to balance all these very difficult things. But with regard to London specifically, I recollect that meeting, and I recollect that the priority intervention that had been recommended, suggested by Sage, was to close schools. And we did that. The Prime Minister announced that, I think, on the same day as the meeting, on the 18th, not just in London, but nationally.
Yes.
So in terms of the substantive, here are these set of options for London, the one in the papers that it says would be most effective was closing schools. That was announced the same day by the Prime Minister, acted on.
What debate did you have with the Prime Minister about whether or not locking London was an advisable step to take in light of your concerns about the gilt market?
I don't recall a specific meeting or conversation about those two things. I think more generally, as I've said, my job was to provide him with best economic evidence, advice, analysis, and it was a relevant consideration for him that there was this situation in the gilt markets. It was right that he was aware of that. And of course, with regard to London, we took the advice of Sage and closed schools, not just in London, but across the entire country on the same day that advice came to the committee.
Yes, the decision was then announced on the 18th to take effect from the 20th.
On the 20th, that's right.
In your statement, so that we can understand, and it's a matter of obviously huge public interest, we can understand the nature of the impact of the lockdown decision. Have you set out, and we'll have your statement at page 53, at paragraphs 182 to 187, the scale of the economic and social impact of the pandemic restrictions? Mr. Sunak, I'm going to respectfully ask you to try to keep your answers as concise as you can. Perhaps you might just agree with the following proposition. Do you set out in those paragraphs the damage that was done in terms of the impact on GDP, the damage on the economy, the government's borrowing, the costs, of course, the fiscal impact, and the scarring, that is to say, the long-term damage that was done to the economy through alterations in labour supply and the like? So you've attempted to set out in very broad terms what the lockdown decision did.
Yes, my witness statement contains a summary of the various economic impacts, as you highlighted. Biggest fall in GDP was predicted in hundreds of years, borrowing reaching World War II levels, the impact that would have obviously on the labour market, unemployment, and tax levels, which obviously we're grappling with today. Economic scarring is the long-term impact on the economy from things that happen in the short term. Again, I won't go over it in great detail, but I think it's clear that as a result of what was happening, that the economy was being impacted, jobs would be impacted, which is crucial for people's livelihoods, businesses would be impaired, and because of the borrowing that was necessary, that would have an impact on future tax levels. In summary, those are high level. I'm happy to elaborate if you need, but they're contained in my witness statement.
So just to reassure you and others, I don't just take into account your oral evidence, but I do, before reaching any conclusions, take into account everything you've said in writing. So don't worry, it'll all be considered.
And to be plain, I've asked you because it's important that the public understand that you have attempted to set out in your witness statement some of the overarching consequences of the major first lockdown decision.
If I might, Mr. Keith, people can see it. I think it's important, and this is always tricky in public policy, is many of these impacts are not felt immediately. They're felt over time. And that is always a tough thing to deal with when you're communicating. But as it turned out, we were able to borrow what we needed to fund the pandemic response. The impact of having to pay it back only comes well after the fact, when everyone everyone forgets why it was necessary, and now everyone is grappling with the consequences. I am grappling with the consequences of that, as we have a historically high, a tax burden that is higher than I would like. That is a direct consequence of the support that was provided during the pandemic and then later on. But as I said, those things are often hard to get across, but they're all contained in the statement.
Let's please not go on to the issue of tax burdens. There are two issues to which you pay particular attention in your statement following the lockdown in March and April 2020, Mr. Sunak. The first is the HMT expressed concern that there'd been over-compliance with the government's stay-at-home messaging during the first lockdown. Essentially, you were concerned, and your department was concerned, that the public hadn't understood sufficiently clearly from the government's communications that they should go to work only if they could not work from home, and that the messaging perhaps had the nuance of that position had been lost in the overall messaging, stay at home to help us save lives. What did the Exchequer do about that? Was there any means open to you to try to change the messaging or to try to ensure that people did go to work where they permissibly and legally could do so?
You're right in summarising the situation. Perhaps the best example of it is in the construction industry, which, because it was by its nature outdoors and we'd seen what had happened in other European countries, more activity was able to be continued in Europe than was the case in the UK. And so that was a good example of the messaging being slightly lost. I don't think there was anything that we could do about it particularly. It was a relevant point when we came to the exit roadmap in the May plan and trying to get that messaging right. And because the scientific advice and the modelling was predicated on an amount of people who were working from home and an amount of people who were at work, and what ended up happening is those assumptions were essentially undershot and fewer people were out at work than had been anticipated.
Indeed. Could I ask you, please, also just to slow down a little bit when you give your answers, Prime Minister? There's a record, of course, being kept by our stenographer. If we could just look at 236583, it's an email from, again, your Principal Private Secretary in the Treasury to various recipients. And as you rightly say, this is in fact dated April, but it's on the cusp of the debate about the recovery plan. So, as you say, the debate about coming out of the lockdown. The email, it says the Chancellor is considering the paper for the Cabinet Office process. Quick readout of the discussion in the meeting this afternoon, and then obviously references to your position in relation to the various issues which are being debated within the Treasury. How difficult it is to argue that the MPI should be lifted while the number of cases and deaths is still rising, but that you are broadly supportive of the strategy that encourages return behaviour back to the economy. Then there's a reference to economic groups starting to model, and your wish that you have very clearly in mind the exact timetable of what advice on modelling has been given, and then a reference to the timing of any decision. If you could go forward, please, to page 4, we will see this, specifically following up on NPI Commission, Non-Pharmaceutical Intervention Commission. I know you're already working on a paper updating the Chancellor on the economic impact of NPIs. There's going to be a wider cabinet discussion. And then this at 3B, Prime Minister. I propose the following as a next step: a paper that we can share with the Prime Minister ahead of the bilateral, an opportunity for the Chancellor to set out his views and the economic analysis to the Prime Minister without it being watered down by the Cabinet Office process. Do you know what that is a reference to, the watered down by the Cabinet Office process? Because plainly, you as the Chancellor are absolutely entitled, you suggested it yourself, perhaps constitutionally obligated to bring the economic angle to bear in front of the Prime Minister without it being watered down by any other part of government. So what is that a reference to, do you think?
Obviously, I didn't write the email, so it's hard for me to comment. And if you flick back to the earlier bit of the email, I think, actually, as you can see from that, it clearly mentions a Cabinet Office process.
Yes.
Which is right and appropriate, but also, even when it talks about modelling on sectors, to bring that together with CMO thinking on the health impacts. But I think even in that email you can see, as I said, I didn't write it, so I'm not sure entirely what it's referring to, but it's clear that there is a Cabinet Office process that we are feeding into, CMOs feeding in, and that's the right way for the Prime Minister to receive.
There is no suggestion but that there shouldn't be a process. There has to be a process. The Cabinet Office will synthesise to some extent what is contributed by other government departments. But these are the most senior officials in your department talking about your position and your thoughts and what should be done in advance of a bilateral, and it refers to a concern that your voice might be watered down by the Cabinet Office. And therefore, that must have been something of which you were aware, if only in the most general terms.
I think, as I said previously, I never felt that I didn't have an opportunity to feed in what I wanted to the Prime Minister. And again, I didn't write the email. I'm not sure how officials may have felt in their conversations with other departments or the Cabinet Office. I generally thought we had good, constructive relations. And for my part, I felt I always had the opportunity to feed into the Prime Minister's thinking.
All right. A second noteworthy debate was taking place before we look at the detail of the roadmap. You expressed concern in May, in fact, at a 9:15 meeting on the 14th of May, that international polling had suggested that the British people were more fearful of the virus than other countries. And in the Spectator article, to which I've already referred you, you state that when you say this, it's quoted, "In every brief, we tried to say, let's stop the fear narrative. It was always wrong from the beginning. I constantly said it was wrong." What was that about? What was your concern about the general response of the British people?
Again, from an economic perspective, we are a consumption-driven economy, and therefore people's jobs and livelihoods and our ability to pay for public service is a function of consumption being strong. And if you have a situation like this where we've actively discouraged or shut down consumption sectors from operating, once they reopen, it was a point of concern for me and for anyone thinking about the economy and those jobs as to the pace of return, of people returning to normal activity over time. Because if they didn't, then that would have significant implications for many people's jobs. And those sectors of the economy, and this is a really important point, that were most impacted by lockdown, these consumption sectors, hospitality, leisure, tourism, retail, disproportionately employed people who were the most vulnerable in society. Those on the lowest incomes, people coming off welfare, women, ethnic minorities, those working part-time. So those jobs, I think, as a matter of social justice, were particularly important to try and safeguard. And polling was clear. I can't remember the exact polling firm, but there was international polling,
Ipsos,
that demonstrated there seemed to be, or there was, a much greater reticence for people in the UK to want to return back to all those activities, even once things had been reopened, and that would have genuine impacts on people's lives and their jobs, and and everything else that we'd want to do as a country. So that was their concern.
The clock is ticking. I'm going to ask you to try to just be a little bit more concise, if you wouldn't mind, Prime Minister. On the subject of the obvious understanding of the needs of those in part-time work, the vulnerable, the young, female employees, members of the black and minority ethnic sector, your statement makes it plain that if not at the forefront, certainly a major part of the Exchequer's thinking throughout the pandemic was the need to ensure that their interests were not forgotten, and that as much should be done as possible and ought to be done as possible in terms of trying to get the consumer sector back to life, to safeguard their position. And we'll just have a quick look where you've summarised the position. It's your statement 232069, and the interventions are at page 26. Sorry, it's not 232069, it's your witness statement, page 26. In briefings and papers that were circulated before meetings, there was often reference to and consideration of the equalities impact. You received equality impact assessments in relation to HMT policies. And then if we scroll back out, paragraph 82, you were obviously aware from an early stage that less well-off households were particularly vulnerable to the economic shock. How could you not, of course, be aware? And consideration was therefore purposely given to at-risk and other vulnerable groups in your economic decision-making. So that's clear. I think in paragraph 83, you also refer to long COVID. Do you recall at what time long COVID presented itself on the Exchequer's horizon?
I don't specifically. I recall in the May plan having a conversation with the CMO about including in that document consideration of other health impacts beyond the immediate COVID impacts. And I think there's some language in the May plan that talks about the various other health impacts at that point. It's something I was keen to stress that was a consequence of all of this that we should understand. I don't remember specifically.
All right. And on account of, as you rightly say, the need to ensure that the retail and hospitality sectors could be brought back to life as soon as reasonably possible, the Treasury pushed, indeed, for the sector to be opened ahead of schools. That was the original position of HMT, was it?
I think if I recall
it wasn't ultimately what happened, but I think that was the Exchequer's position.
If I recall it correctly, when I was having these deliberations or participating in them in May, there's a letter I sent to the Prime Minister that contains it. Non-essential retail, I think you'll have the exhibit that may be helpful. I talk about non-essential retail because of the economic, the jobs. There are millions of jobs, and particularly the type of people in those jobs. But also, as we later discovered, and was my sense during, Sage themselves later said that non-essential retail had a very minimal impact on R. That was what all the evidence concluded, that it was very minimal impact on R. And now, with regard to schools, I've said in that May thing, they should be opened, particularly the early years, alongside or immediately after non-essential retail and before hospitality, because I care very much about the impact on children and their educational attainment and development, and that letter talks about those things. So retail because of the jobs and because it had minimal impact. Immediately alongside that, particularly the early years education of schools and nurseries, and it was only after that hospitality. So that was the sequencing in the letter I wrote in May.
If we have 236585, it's an email from your Principal Private Secretary to various recipients, and on the first page there is a reference to the Chancellor focusing in, perhaps it's on page 2, yes, the second bullet point. Therefore, need hospitality open in the summer, July, and to, here's this, and to stage things, this means open sectors now, schools early June, and non-essential between the two in mid-May. So suddenly at the beginning of May, and this is dated, I think, the 4th of May, the proposal from the Treasury is we've got to get hospitality and particularly non-essential open, and then schools will follow. And there's another letter, an email, 232085, paragraph 17 on page 2. This is your letter delivering our roadmap dated May. Paragraph 17. We must then continue with our plan to return early years reception in years 1 and 6 to school. That is continuing after the opening of non-essential retail. Can you recall why how the final position was reached, the order of play in which schools and non-essential retail opened? Do you recall how that debate was resolved?
No, not particularly. I think you said previously, Ms. Keith, that hospitality was before schools, which is, as you said there, it's not. It was retail and education pretty much together, one after another, and hospitality later.
That was the position that was reached, yes.
But that was also what that email said.
Right.
The one that you had previously popped up also had hospitality in July and schools and retail before then.
You called in according to the email from your Principal Private Secretary dated the 4th of May, she says open sectors now, then schools early June and non-essential between the two. So open sectors now, then non-essential, then schools. But
I said hospitality thereafter. It says hospitality. I don't have it in front of me, but it had hospitality.
Let's have a look.
July.
236585.
On my reading of it, if you look at the months, I don't think between the two makes sense.
Well,
I mean, I think it's if you have the second page up.
yes, it's the second page.
I think it said need hospitality open in summer brackets July.
This means open sectors now, schools early June, and non-essential between the two mid-May. So non-essential is coming in before schools.
Yes,
That's
just a couple of weeks. But I think what you'd said, that hospitality was also coming in. I just want to reiterate that was never the case.
Between the two doesn't
All right.
make sense.
Yeah.
it's first.
It was retail
this
in
was your
schools.
policy, Prime Minister.
All I'd say is that the point was to do retail and schools a couple of weeks apart in May, June. Hospitality was always summer because it was the last thing. Retail because, as you see from the letter that you had up in May, the jobs and the people particularly employed in those jobs, again, people who are more vulnerable work in retail on lower incomes, and actually those jobs therefore have I think a broader social purpose or benefit as well as the job itself. And in schools, as far as I remember it, again, not obviously my particular responsibility, there was actually a real concern that it would be very difficult to get schools to come back. And I would imagine you've taken evidence on that point. But my recollection was that there was quite a lot of resistance from the sector about schools coming back. I think there was parents were also concerned, and there was an issue that many school teachers were themselves either isolating or impacted, and actually it would be very difficult to have schools open in full.
All right, so all that was part of the mix.
That was part of the mix.
I've suggested to you that this wasn't exactly how it panned out, but it was quite clear that consideration was given to these various competing factors and reasons why schools could only be open when they were.
Again, a question probably for the Education Secretary and the Prime Minister. I'd say from an economic perspective, or the only input the Treasury would have into that deliberation or the Cabinet Office would be the labour market impact. And that's why, from a purely economic perspective, again, it would be the Education Secretary who would talk about children's attainment, although I cared very much about that, as you can see from the letter I sent, and it's there because I've long had concerns about that. But from an analytical perspective, what the Treasury could do is explain, I mean, unsurprisingly, if you open early years and children and primary school children, that it has a disproportionate benefit on the labour market because it means their parents can return to work in a way that you don't necessarily get that benefit from older students. But
all right. Around the same time, in fact, on the 7th of May, you expressed to a COVID-S, Mr. Sunak, your concern that unless the economy was reopened at perhaps a somewhat faster speed than some other cabinet ministers were advising, we would be at risk of placing the United Kingdom at a competitive disadvantage. And you referred to international comparative data, in essence, how other European countries were showing, you said, how reopening the economy can be done. Can we just look very briefly at the issue of comparative data? Did the Treasury, throughout the whole crisis, refer repeatedly, of course, to what other countries were doing, what their data was demonstrating, what ultimate decisions they were taking in light of their own particular positions? And was that something that was at the forefront of the debate when these arguments came to be ventilated in front of the Prime Minister?
I think it's probably too much to say it was at the forefront, but certainly right to say it was another piece of information that was helpful and worth taking into account. Yes.
All right. On the 28th of April, so again around this time, you had a bilateral with the Prime Minister, 236584. Again, this is a note from your Principal Private Secretary referring to a bilateral on Tuesday. The subject matter is PM bilateral on Tuesday. On the first page, there is a reference to the Prime Minister's instinct, we can see there in the first bullet point, being that we might have overdone lockdown, telling that no other countries closed construction, turn to our international slide, but said interesting that there are new opportunities coming out of this and online is growing. And he also says a little later down the page, a little further down the page, that the sooner gets this open, the better, but then refers to the risk of another exponential increase. And I think he says, overall, he's agitated that he didn't have a plan. Yes. To what extent in these early days of the roadmap, Mr. Sunak, what was the Prime Minister concerned as to how he would equate the imperative of making sure that there be no unnecessary risk in growth in prevalence and the need to get the economy back going? It must have been a source of perpetual anxiety, and you had these debates with him as to how he should resolve them.
Again, probably better addressed to him, but we recapped previously the economic impacts. By this point, we had a much greater sense of what they were because we were, I don't see the date of this email, but I think, did you say May or end of April?
Yes, it's the end of April, 28th of April.
The government's independent forecaster, the OBR, had published their reference scenario, I think perhaps a week, 10 days before this, so that would be in the public domain. It was pretty stark. I won't recap it all again, but that was then out there, and we were collecting real-time data on the number of people who were furloughed, the businesses that were shut, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be unsurprising if that wasn't something that he was considering.
There is an email from, again, the same Elizabeth Perelman on the 21st of May, 232168. This is an email which follows yet another meeting with the Prime Minister, in which she says, I think probably on page 2, no one can say that HMT has not given gold standard economic advice to the Prime Minister, Chancellor. But perhaps there might be an element of marking one's own homework there. But the Chancellor has not eloquently and authentically put these points across. So there could be no question but that you've eloquently and authentically put these points across. But once again, he was a lone voice, and it was a tricky meeting where sense was they were trying to appease him. Do you recall what that is a reference to?
No.
Was it, do you think, a reference to the fact that in this particular meeting you had argued for an opening up of the economy, but the majority of the room had expressed its combined view that the risk of opening up too fast would have terrible consequences further down the road? Was that not the debate that was going on at the time?
I can't comment on the particular meeting because I don't recall it. In general, I was making the points at this time about the economic impact, what was happening internationally, the fact that we were investing in test and trace and the Joint Biosecurity Centre as new institutions that would allow us to manage an exit. And I was also concerned at this point in time about the data that we were receiving on transmission and admissions. And I think it was exactly around this time that it was clear that we had probably been overestimating R. That's something that SAGE themselves acknowledged a bit later. And also the issue of nosocomial transmission, where a large amount of the transmission that was happening not in sectors of the economy that were open or closed, but in hospitals or care homes, which requires a slightly obviously different response. Those weren't well understood issues earlier on, but it was clear that they were starting to become issues. So those were the types of conversations that I was having at that moment in time.
Do you recall in June how an HMT official who attended SAGE provided a readout which referred to the fact that the CMO, Professor Sir Chris Whitty, and the government's chief scientific advisor, Professor Sir Patrick Vallance, began to warn that the package of measures for reopening, in particular the beginning of July, was at the riskier end of the spectrum and therefore had the potential to increase R above 1. Do you recall that warning being relayed to you or to the Treasury at the end of June?
I don't. What I do recall, though, and perhaps should have started with this, is this May plan. I'd say two things about it. One, that it was conditional, so there were various tests that were set out to unlock each stage, and indeed it was delayed at one point, which shows, I think, the flexibility, decision-making and responsiveness to the health concerns.
Yes, step 2 was delayed from the 1st to the 15th of June.
Yes, that's right. But I think it demonstrates the process working and the conditions working. And the second, and perhaps most important thing to say, is that the May plan was developed with scientific and epidemiological input. And it was modelled at SAGE in early May. I remember the CMO, and again, this is recorded in the minutes of the COVID strategy meeting at the time, saying that this package of measures should not push R above 1. That was my strong.
What date was that?
That was in the COVID strategy meeting, I think, I haven't got the exact date in front of me, in May. I'm happy to send it. It's in my witness statement.
By June, Mr. Sunak, wasn't the scientific evidence, the epidemiological evidence from SAGE and from the CMO and the GCSA, was that the measures which had been agreed, first proposed and then agreed, were at the riskier end of the spectrum? And I'm specifically asking you about the stage which had been reached by then, late June, which was step 3. Were you not aware that the scientists were beginning to question the speed at which the roadmap was operating? Do you recall that being brought to your attention?
No. I think they always thought that from the beginning. I think they thought it was consistent with R not being above 1, but I think from the beginning they thought it was at that end of the spectrum. It was closer to 1 than it was to 0.1, if I could put it that way. But they were involved and modelled the package of measures that was announced in May. I think that's important.
Well, no, they didn't. They didn't model the package, Mr. Sunak. They gave advice through SAGE on what the consequences would be of the package. And then it was for the government, the Prime Minister in particular, to decide what consequences would flow from whatever he decided.
So that's, again, I don't have a perfect recollection, but I thought in May, either on the 2nd or 5th, around that time, that SAGE had modelled the impact on R of the various measures under consideration. And at the meeting, I think on the 6th, the CMO and CSA, the minutes record, were broadly content.
That was, I think, in relation to the broad roadmap, which was itself dated the 13th of May, and step 1, which of course was the first step. The second step, which was 15th of June, and the third step, of course, came later. And by the end of June, the 23rd of June, the CMO and the GCSA were warning that the package of measures was at the riskier end of the spectrum, with the potential to increase R above 1. Should we have a look at 232181? It's a readout of SAGE from your principal private secretary. Valance noted the heavy trailing in the press of the measures the government has now announced it will relax. He and Whitty had made clear to the policymakers that this package was at the riskier end of the spectrum, with the potential to increase R above 1, and that they needed to be prepared to reimpose measures if necessary. Noted also this package reduces the space for doing other things like bringing schools back in September. If schools are to return, policymakers may have to reimpose restrictions in other places like retail. The government had obviously made the various decisions that it made in relation to the 3 steps in the roadmap. But by the end of June, the Treasury was, of course, considering the voucher scheme that became Eat Out to Help Out. Was that not something that was being contemplated at the end of June, with a view to its implementation in August?
Yes, I mean, I don't recall seeing that email, so that didn't come to me. As I said, the exit plan was developed and hadn't changed, and I strongly recall it being modelled in terms of the impact on R, and people broadly being comfortable that it did just about keep things at that level. And I think the other thing, as I said, that was relevant consideration at this time was that in June, probably actually 3 days before this email, the SAGE minutes record that there had been errors that meant that for some time they had been overestimating the rate of transmission, making it look artificially high.
Well, there was an issue about hospital data, was there not?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the SAGE minutes from the 20th of June, it's very clear that SAGE, because there were errors in the data collection, so it meant that all the numbers we were working off were artificially high. There was also a separate conversation.
Forgive me, just so that we don't lose track of where we're going.
Yeah, but I think it's a relevant consideration.
If you just bear with me.
Of course.
In the same email, in the middle of the page, there's a bullet point which refers to that very issue. The NHS have looked into the serious concerns raised by the modellers about the hospital admissions data and claim it's causing no more than a 5% error in that data stream. So there was a debate about the significance of the error and what its impact was, but the NHS appeared to say there was no more than a 5% error. But be that as it may, whatever the position was on the data, the CMO and the GCSA were raising a general alarm at the end of June about the risk that the transmission prevalence would go up and that the package which had already been agreed was itself already at the riskier end of the spectrum. So the question for you is, to what extent did HMT understand at the end of June that whatever it proposed to do thereafter came with significant risk?
That's just not my recollection of it. I mean, my recollection was that we went over a set of things that could be done. It was conditional. It was delayed at one stage on the advice from the scientists. So I think that shows that the process was working. I think there were genuine issues about the robustness of the data, but also where the R was coming from, because there was this issue about nosocomial transmission that was definitely not properly understood at the time, potentially accounting for up to a quarter of the transmission, which obviously requires a very different response. But also, I think analysis has been done subsequent to this that I wasn't aware of at the time from, I think, professors of medicine and economics at Imperial in Manchester that applied a Quayle analysis to the first lockdown and its duration. And their Quayle analysis, which you'll be familiar with as a tool of health public health analysis, suggested that the lockdown in its severity and duration is likely to have generated costs that are greater than the likely benefit. Well, so I think I wasn't aware of that at the time.
I'm so sorry.
I think
I don't want to get into quality life assurance models. Is it your position as the Chancellor that at the end of June you are unaware that the government's chief advisors, epidemiological public health advisors, were making clear that the existing package was already at the riskier end of the spectrum, and therefore that going forward, real care would have to be taken to ensure that that prevalence and the R rate going above 1 did not eventuate?
I was always clear that schools was something they viewed as a big risk factor, which I think is alluded to in that email.
Did you know that the package in place was at the riskier end of the spectrum epidemiologically?
I don't precisely remember that, but I do remember it was modelled and designed to keep R at or below 1.
All right.
And as I said, I'm sure it was closer to 1 than it was to 0.1. But remember, as we've discussed in the first session, policymakers are taking into account a whole range of considerations, and the objective strategy here was not to completely suppress the virus. It was to make sure that the NHS was not overwhelmed. That is consistent with a range of R ratios.
The point is well made. Ultimately, the Prime Minister has to make the final decision, and he'll take into account the risk, he'll take into account the economic and fiscal consequences. But the point here is that this demonstrates that the Treasury, because this is your principal private secretary, were told, rightly and responsibly, that there were alarm bells ringing about the package already in place, and therefore the Treasury could not have been unaware that whatever it proposed in the public interest economically going forward came with risks. I mean, there is no way which any responsible Treasury could consider implementing plans without having at least half an eye on the epidemiological consequences. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been writing to you in this term.
I said I didn't write this email.
And you didn't see it? You think?
I ever saw these emails. That's just not something that I would have done, right? I would have been briefed here and there on things that I needed to know, but I definitely didn't see these emails on a regular basis.
Questions like risk and whether or not Treasury plans would have an impact upon prevalence and an increase in transmission and ultimately hospitalisation and death were obviously issues which were brought to your attention.
Yes, and my strong recollection is that the set of measures that were announced in the May plan was one which the scientists had fedded on, had modelled, and was consistent with R being at or below 1. And on their advice, one step of that plan was delayed for, I think, a fortnight in June. And there were measures that were continued with after this email, which rather suggests that there wasn't a significant concern raised, because when they had raised a concern previous to this, the government acted on it with regard to delaying whichever step it was, step 2 or step 3. So I think there is a track record of the government responding to the concerns that the scientists had and actively delaying a stage of the unlocking.
All right.
So that's all I can remember about that event. Yeah.
That's clear. Can I squeeze in one further topic before the break, and it's this, and we can deal with it very shortly. Your statement refers to the issue of PPE. Prime Minister, that is, as you know, a matter for a later hearing, but you address the issue of PPE from a high-level Treasury perspective. Is this a fair summary of the position insofar as the Exchequer was concerned? Plainly, HMT involvement in the issue of PPE commenced right at the beginning. It commenced in March 2020. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
All right. And although at the beginning the Treasury was obligated to approve individual PPE contracts at the request of the DHSC, the Treasury agreed to depart from the usual process and put into place a flexible spending control envelope. So the DHSC were given an envelope within which they could spend and within which they could enter into PPE contracts without having to go to the Treasury or the Chief Secretary to the Treasury or you. And that funding envelope started, I think, at £100 million on the 25th of March, but by the 11th of April, it was £1 billion. Is that a fair summary of the envelope position?
Yes, it's probably worth me expanding on it.
Well, only if you think that we'd be greatly assisted by it, given that there is another module looking at it, but it may or may not be the case. You'll have to give evidence in that module, and I'm trying to cover the possibility you might not, Mrs. Sunak, by asking you just to agree with my general proposition now.
I think that the first thing to say is I wasn't involved in it day to day because it was led by the Chief Secretary.
Yes.
Generally, we aim to move at pace given the urgency of the requirements. And as you suggested accurately, we put in place a new way of doing it so that rather than individual contracts being agreed, as would be normal with the scrutiny that would come from that, HMT gave to the Department of Health a budget that it could spend. It raised that budget, I think, 5 different times. It ended up being close to £14 billion in the end, so that there would be no blocks and there would be speed of approval so that PPE could get to the people who needed it. And the last thing to say was no issues were ever substantively raised with me about blocks in that process or delays at all, including, I think we had a meeting in April on the PPE plan, and there's no minutes or anything recorded of there being any issues about that. I think it worked very well from our ability to give Department of Health the cover it needed and the funding it needed to buy the PPE that it wanted.
The approval process was amended at great speed, very rapidly.
Yes.
And lastly, the Treasury was properly concerned in the process as to what sort of checks and balances should be put into place, and that was something then that was negotiated between yourself and the DHSC. So you might suggest, well, these are the sorts of conditions which you need to apply when you enter into individual PP contracts. So you kept a controlling hand on the overarching system of checks and balances whilst not being concerned with the individual deals.
Yes, but those overarching conditions were deliberately flexible.
And they changed over time.
So that there could be no issue with Department of Health procuring the PPE that it wanted at the speed that it wanted. And as I said, led primarily by the CST, but there was a deliberate change to the normal processes to enable pace at the expense of the same normal amount of rigour and scrutiny that would go into those approvals.
Thank you.
Right. I've been asked to take a shorter lunch hour.
I'm very sorry.
Sorry, lunch break. So I shall return at 1:55.
All right.
Keith.
Prime Minister, the reduction from the 2 metre rule to the 1 metre rule very shortly. On the 2nd of June, Cabinet decided that the rule needed to be re-examined. You'll recall.
On the second...
Take it from me, please.
Okay.
The analysis showed that there was a very significant difference between the economic impact of a 1 metre rule and that of a 2 metre rule. And you and the Treasury made it absolutely plain that if the 2 metre rule continued, many businesses would remain unviable. Yes or no?
So what I did was convene a group of other Secretaries of State, including from Departments for Business, DCMS, Transport and Local Government, together with the CDL, to take the evidence. Few major points. One is that it would make a big difference to the number of businesses that would open, or how they could profitably open. Second was the international comparisons. At that point, 24 other countries had something less than 2 metres. And then thirdly, international organisations like the World Health Organization and the European Centre for Diseases also had recommended something different. I wrote to the Prime Minister on behalf of that group on the 3rd of June. The Prime Minister then convened a review panel involving the Chief Medical Officer, the Chief Economist, I think convened by the Cabinet Secretary. I wasn't involved in that process.
Sorry, I know I've asked you to speed up inferentially. Please try not to speed up too
much.
Prime Minister. It makes it very hard for this to
I wrote the letter on the 3rd, containing our analysis and evidence. The Prime Minister established a panel which included the Chief Medical Officer,
yes,
chaired by the Cabinet Secretary. They made a recommendation to the Prime Minister, which he accepted, to move to 1 metre plus.
At the heart of
what was called 1 metre plus.
Yes, at the heart of that debate was the recognition, of course, that the 2 metre rule, if it remained, would be economically hugely damaging, but that while sage, and it was made absolutely plain to you in an email from your Principal Private Secretary on the 4th of June, while sage adhered to the view that science clearly supported the 2 metre rule, the scientific impact was what was described by sage as a continuum, not an absolute rule, and that mitigants could be put into place when it's not possible to adhere to 2 metre rule at all times. So the science lent towards and in favour of the 2 metre rule, but it recognised itself that it was a movable feast, that there could be mitigants put into place, and that it was a policy choice for the government, and that was a matter for government to decide. That's a fair summary, isn't it?
Yes, and I'd just go back to, I think there are important points, the World Health Organization and the European
I don't want to ask you about what support there was for it in policy terms. It is obvious that the government was entitled to produce that policy, but also that there was a risk with it, but that it was a risk which the government was entitled to run.
Also worth bearing in mind that the Chief Medical Officer himself sat on the review panel that published the final recommendation about moving to 1 metre plus. I think we do need to remember that the review panel included the Chief Medical Officer, and it was their recommendation to move to 1 metre plus or 1 metre with mitigations that the Prime Minister accepted.
No, the Chief Medical Officer was on the review panel, and the review panel recommended that there be that reduction. But the Chief Medical Officer's position himself was there is a risk, but that it's a matter for government, not me, to resolve the degree to which that risk is entered into by virtue of this policy decision. He never said, Mr. Sunak, in terms of the epidemiological risk, you, the government, can go ahead with the 2 metre reduction to 1 metre rule with my blessing. That's just not what occurred, is it?
Well, my recollection is different, and I'm looking at my witness statement to jog my memory, but the review panel, I think, I was not involved in the work of the review panel. It was chaired by the Permanent Secretary to Number 10, included apparently the Chief Scientific Advisor and the Chief Medical Officer alongside the Chief Economic Advisor. It says here, and again I assume I'm quoting from the report, the guidance should change to state that 2 metres or 1 metre with risk mitigation are acceptable, and that businesses should set out the mitigations that they will introduce in their risk assessment.
The review was a policy review which the government was entitled to implement. That is common ground between us, surely. It was a policy decision which the government could take and did.
Of course, it's the government's, but I think this is an important point. My recollection of it was the Prime Minister deliberately established a panel to bring together, as he would like to, bring together the input from the scientific advisor, the medical officer, as well as the economic analysis, consider them together to come up with a recommendation. And I said, I'm quoting from it, I think the report or the summary of its conclusions said that the guidance should change. So that is a recommendation jointly from the panel as I read it, which obviously is different to what you said, but I'm just quoting from the panel's summary recommendations.
In that debate, an important part, perhaps as equal as the economic considerations, was the question of risk. And the SAGE meeting and the COVID-S meeting and particularly the COVID-S meeting, the 22nd of June, made plain that obviously in that decision was a balance between the transmission risks and the economic consequences of not doing it. And COVID-S, to which you were, of course, a party, you were present on that meeting, was made aware that the potential for higher occupancy affects risk. It's an obvious point. The question of transmission and risk was something that had to be debated, and it was resolved in favour of the economic opening up. Do you agree?
Maybe it would be helpful if we may. Can we just bring up paragraph 257 of my witness statement?
But by all means.
Because that contains the panel's summary of its conclusions. Again, there's a specific point in paragraph C where it says mitigations can reduce the risk at 1 metres so that it is
the evidence shows
that it is
relative
broadly
risk
equivalent to being 2 metres apart, noting that a precise assessment is not possible. And then the paragraph D is the bit I was quoting for before, saying that the panel concludes that the guidance should change. Again, this was a panel that I was not involved in, but contained scientific and medical advice alongside economic advice, and it went to the Prime Minister, not to me, and he acted on their recommendation, and I think rightly brought together all sides of the debate.
Mr. Sunak, there is no doubt that the review panel made a policy recommendation and it was instituted. The point is a different one. In making that decision, the government was assisted by expert scientific advice on the risk. In the very nature of that decision, there was a balance between the transmission risk and the economic consequences. That's what the debate was all about. So I simply ask you to recognise that in that debate, an important consideration, but ultimately not the winning consideration, was what risks are attendant upon such a social distancing change. Do you agree that?
I wasn't privy to the deliberations on the panel, because I didn't sit on it. All I can point you to is a letter that I sent to the Prime Minister, which you have in evidence, which explained my admittedly specific point of view about the economics.
I understand that, but your very own witness statement at 257C makes plain that the panel considered the risk. Risk was an important consideration. That review, of course, took place, as you know. It was published on the 24th of June. On the 8th of July, you presented your plan for jobs to the Cabinet, and Mr. Hancock said in evidence, when he gave evidence on the 30th of November, that it was at that Cabinet meeting on the 8th of July that he heard about the Eat Out to Help Out scheme for the first time. The scheme was announced, you'll recall, on the same day, the 8th of July, as part of the plan for jobs. Given that the Eat Out to Help Out scheme encouraged the coming together of different households in indoor spaces, which it did, of course, in restaurants, why was that plan not put by the Treasury in front of SAGE, in front of the Secretary of State for Health and or the Chief Medical Officer for their consideration of the very same issue of the absolute risk of transmission?
So the first thing to say is why do Eat Out to Help Out at all?
No, please. There is a method to my madness. I'm asking you why, in light of the obvious issue of risk of transmission inherent in any scheme that encouraged households to come together, did the Treasury not consult with SAGE, the CMO, the Secretary of State for Health, or anybody else outside number 10?
Because Eat Out to Help Out had been designed specifically in the context of the safe lifting of MPIs that had already been signed off, as we talked about before, as part of the May plan, which had reopened hospitality, indoor hospitality. That had already been part of the approved May plan. Eat Out to Help Out only operated within that context, and indeed there were a significant range of other MPIs that were in place, including social distancing, COVID secure guidance, table service, contactless ordering, one-way systems, all of which had been put in place. But the overall reopening of indoor hospitality had already been implemented and, as we discussed before, modelled and all the rest of it, and involved scientists in that. And Eat Out to Help Out was designed to operate within that context of the safe lifting of MPIs. It didn't do anything further than that. This was a micro policy to make sure that that capacity, which the scientists had already said was part of an overall package which could be safely delivered, was actually used. And it was done very much in that context. And in the same way that other economic decisions like a VAT cut for hospitality or a stamp duty cut or indeed furlough or anything else or grants for the hospitality industry wouldn't ordinarily be cleared with medical advisors, nor was this, because we had already made the collective decision to reopen indoor hospitality, and this was a policy that sat within and beneath that.
In addition to the obvious economic policy, which was to encourage consumption in the hospitality sector, to encourage people to use restaurants and to preserve the jobs of women and the lower paid and individuals from minority ethnic backgrounds in the hospitality sector. It's obvious that the plan was designed with a meritorious consideration in mind. But it was also part of that plan, was it not, to address what you had called the fear, the fact that data showed that our country was far and away the least likely to get back to normal, and to promote what you've described in your Spectator article as an optimistic counter-narrative. You wanted to bring about a change in behaviour, to encourage people, more people than had previously gone to restaurants the previous year, to encourage people to come together. That was part of the policy objective, was it not?
I think as you're describing it, they're one and the same. My primary concern was protecting millions of jobs of particularly vulnerable people who worked in this industry. All the data, all the evidence, all the polling, all the input from those companies suggested that unless we did something, many of those jobs would have been at risk with devastating consequences for those people and their families. And that's why independent think tanks had recommended doing something like this. Indeed, other countries had done something like this because everyone was grappling with the same issue of how to ensure that those jobs are safeguarded because people return. And that was the primary driver for what we were doing.
And all that material, Mr. Sunak, internationally, the material from industry bodies and the like, all referred to the balance inherent in any scheme to encourage households to come together in greater numbers, the issue of risk of transmission, putting aside its obvious economic advantage and putting aside the obviously good policy reasons for encouraging restaurant use in the context of restaurants which were already COVID safe. there was no getting away from the fact that an issue for you in the Treasury was, will it nevertheless have an impact on transmission? It's the elephant in the room. It couldn't be avoided, could it?
Well, no, because you made the point in your remarks. It was about COVID secure openings. Indoor hospitality had been opened as part of the May roadmap, and not opened in a casual or wanton way. It had been opened with a significant set of restrictions, including social distancing, which limited and reduced significantly the typical occupancy of a restaurant, with one-way systems, with signage, with screens, with shift work, with contactless payments. Indeed, there was 55 pages of government guidance for the hospitality industry, supplemented by 100 pages of guidance from their trade association, UK Hospitality, including the need for individual risk assessments at an individual restaurant level. So there was an extraordinary amount of work that had gone into the safe reopening of hospitality in a way that it was not previously, right? And it was an entirely different set of hospitality. And within that context, this policy was designed to ensure that the capacity that was available, that had been deemed to be safe, would actually be used in order to safeguard the jobs of some vulnerable people.
The minutes of the meeting of COVID-S, which you attended on the 22nd of June, make clear that Professor Sir Chris Whitty, in the context, you'll recall, of the debate about the reduction from 2 metres to 1 metre rule, said the most risky areas of the package were indoor hospitality and the prospect of reopening schools in September. So there was a clear flag, of course there was a flag, to the issue of transmission in the context of indoor hospitality. Why did the Treasury not raise expressly the scheme for Eat Out to Help Out in the COVID-S meeting of the 16th of July, the COVID-S meeting of the 22nd of July, the COVID-S meeting of the 6th of August, all of which were concerned with transmission risk, August planning, self-isolation periods, schools, scenarios, September return dates, but nothing about Eat Out to Help Out. Why was that?
But I think that exactly illustrates my point, because I think what people have missed in this conversation is that there was almost a month between the announcement of Eat Out to Help Out and its commencement. A month. A month for people to raise concerns that they may have had. And actually, it's precisely in those 3 meetings that you mentioned. COVID-S on the 16th of July, the Chief Medical Officer in the minutes talked about 2 significant risk moments, schools and winter. He did not mention Eat Out to Help Out. On the 22nd of July, if I could just finish because it's important, on the 22nd of July, the agenda item is August planning. And again, it was not raised by the Chief Scientific Advisor or Chief Medical Officer. On the 6th of August, the COVID-S meeting that you acknowledged, again, the minutes show that returning to schools was the single riskiest element of the government's plan. Those 3 meetings all happened after the announcement of Eat Out to Help Out. All of them involved the Chief Scientific Advisor and the Chief Medical Officer. They considered specifically the forthcoming risks, and in none of those meetings was it raised by them as an issue. Indeed, the PPS to the Prime Minister has also been specific in his evidence to this inquiry that he doesn't recall representations being made to them to revisit the policy. So I know there's been a lot of commentary on this point, but there was almost a month between announcement and commencement. I've outlined my reasons for why we implemented the policy and why we thought it was the right thing to do, and I believe it was the right thing to do to safeguard those jobs in the context of the safe reopening that had already been agreed. But at none of those moments, in those meetings, there was plenty of opportunity for people to have raised it either with me or with the Prime Minister. I don't recall, and the minutes do not suggest, that it was raised at all in the 3 precise meetings that you mentioned.
Those meetings, Mr. Sunak, were raised by you in your own witness statement as examples of meetings in which no concerns were raised. But do you accept that the issue of Eat Out to Help Out was never raised by you or your department expressly at those meetings or at any other earlier meeting, and that by the date of those meetings, the scheme had already been announced following the Cabinet on the 8th of July and announced to the public the same day? It was already in place.
But why would I raise it as a risk when I didn't believe that it was, because it was designed in the context of a safe reopening. The onus is surely on the people who now believe that it was a risk to have raised it at the time when something could have been done about it if they felt strongly. I'm very clear that I don't believe that it was, because hospitality had been deemed to be safe to reopen with a considerable, as I said, hundreds of pages of guidance, changes in practice, and had been recommended by think tanks and had been done by countries elsewhere. This was a very reasonable, sensible policy intervention to help safeguard those jobs in that safe reopening. That was my view. I didn't believe that it was a risk. I believed it was the right thing to do. But if others are suggesting that they didn't, they had ample opportunity to raise those concerns in forums where I was or where the Prime Minister or others were, and they didn't.
Why didn't you tell the Secretary of State for Health in a public health crisis before the 8th of July that you were planning on announcing, once it had gone through Cabinet that day, a scheme to eat out and help out? Why didn't you, bearing in mind that this was a scheme to encourage households to come together, and you'd been debating at the very same time the reduction in the 2 metre to 1 metre rules, say to the CMO, we have this plan. It's to encourage the economy to open up, to help the hospitality sector. There are very strong public policy reasons in support of it, but it's obvious there are transmission risks. Of course there were, but our position is it's all right. We are just simply going to have to do this in the greater good. But you never raised it at all with anybody outside Number 10.
Because, as would be completely normal for all economic policy before fiscal events, that's long-standing practice. It always has been so. I wouldn't have discussed the VAT cut on the hospitality sector with the Secretary of State for Health, or the stamp duty cut, or the grants. These are all either market-sensitive or economic issues.
Mr. Sunak, forgive me, those are all fiscal measures. The Eat Out to Help Out scheme encouraged more people, additional numbers from different households to come together in restaurants to eat. It wasn't just a fiscal issue, it was a behavioural matter. Was it one that was applied across the whole of the United Kingdom?
Yes, but so were many of the economic interventions. But again, the point remains, indoor hospitality, all the points you made about people coming together and eating was already part of the May plan, had already been collectively agreed and announced. It had been said to the country, restaurants were safe to visit with all the extra COVID secure systems that had been put in place. That was the message, so much so that the Cabinet Office ran a national campaign entitled Enjoy Summer Safely, backed it with considerable funding and national advertising, partnered with brand name companies, because the overall approach was to tell the country it was now safe to return to doing these activities because we had made progress on the virus, because we had track and trace, because we had the JBC, because we had all this COVID secure guidance. That was the very clear message backed by a national advertising campaign. It just wouldn't be entirely normal to discuss individual fiscal measures with people that sat within that context.
Do you acknowledge that the evidence from Professor Chris Whitty, Professor Sir Patrick Vallance, Professor Sir Jonathan Van Tam, respectively the CMO, GCSA, Deputy CMO, is unanimous that had they been consulted, they would have advised it was highly likely to increase transmission. And whilst, of course, it's a policy matter over which they wouldn't have had the whip hand, it was an issue on which they would have expected to be consulted, given the behavioural aspect of the scheme, the bringing together of more people from different households. Do you acknowledge that?
But they've not said that to me. I've not seen that. And as I said, they had ample opportunity to raise those concerns between the announcement of the scheme and its implementation. None of them chose to do so in any fora that they were in. And I think all of them have said on the record, as the evidence also conclusively demonstrates, that this was in way, no shape or form responsible for a second wave, which was predicted by the CMO and CSA as early as my first conversation with them in March,
we'll come
and
to that
happened in every other country in Europe.
That is a different issue with respect, and we're going to address that in a moment. The scheme itself, was it brought to the attention of the devolved administrations? Did you ask for their input or consult with them in any way before the scheme was imposed and introduced in the other three nations?
Again, that wouldn't have been ordinary policy. It wasn't on things like the furlough scheme or other support that we did. These are competencies of the UK government are competencies of the UK government, and they are announced in the normal way.
Now, on the question of impact, it is absolutely right that you make plain that whilst there is some slim evidence to suggest that there was a correlation between the take-up of the scheme and new cases of COVID, there is other evidence, primarily in fact a paper prepared by HMRC, to suggest that there was no correlation. Some local authorities with very high Eat Out to Help Out take-up had relatively low levels of new COVID cases. Some other local authorities with high take-up had higher take-up of the COVID virus. So the evidence doesn't significantly support the proposition that there was an impact on infection rates. Nevertheless, why was the scheme not extended?
Because it was always designed to be temporary.
A submission from HM Revenue and Customs titled Eat Out to Help Out Extension dated the 26th of August said, this is a submission concerning the possible extension of the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. There have been some concerns that opening up the hospitality sector has contributed to the rising rate of infection that have led to local lockdowns. So was one issue, one concern at the time that debate was had around the extension, that there was in fact or might have been an impact on infection rates?
No, the primary motivation was that it was meant to be a temporary intervention, because in order to elicit, and this is standard economic policy, in order to elicit a behavioural response, by definition what you want is for something to be temporary and credibly temporary, because otherwise you don't elicit the behavioural response that you are hoping to achieve. And as a general rule, the Treasury was always wary, as it should be, of temporary things that cost money becoming permanent, because that comes with significant fiscal implications. So the idea was very clearly to have something that was temporary to elicit the behavioural response, and that was always meant to be the case.
So it was about behavioural response in part. It wasn't just about the fiscal support for the sector. You've just said.
I mean, that's exactly right, because in order to safeguard the jobs of 2 million people working in the sector, you need people to go and use those businesses. And all the evidence analysis and general view of everyone was that it was unlikely that that was to happen, because people were not likely to return to those old behaviours, and this was designed to help encourage them to do so in a safe way. That is the explicit purpose of it. You can't safeguard those jobs without people being at the businesses so that they have the money to keep those jobs and employ those people. That's the whole point.
One codicil to this, please, Mr. Sunak. Mr. Hancock told this inquiry that he'd received feedback that the scheme was, quote, causing problems in our intervention areas. And he said that he told HMT about those concerns. And that must have been because from the time that he said it at the end of August, in the context of the debate about whether or not there should be an extension. Are you aware that the Secretary of State for Health, who, by your own word, didn't know in advance of the Cabinet meeting, the 8th of July, of the promulgation of the scheme, expressed concerns latterly to your department about the risk of transmission?
No, I'm not sure I have any record of that, but I do know he has said that there has been undue focus on this one item in his evidence to the inquiry.
Excuse me? You're suggesting that he said this isn't a matter of some importance?
I think he said himself that there's been undue focus on this one item, was his words to the inquiry, and he certainly, I have no recollection of him raising that, nor do I have any record of him doing so with me at the time.
Well, it's a matter for my lady, but matters as to whether or not they are of importance, this inquiry, are for this inquiry. Scientific advice. It is obvious, Mr. Sunak, that throughout the pandemic, SAGE, which consisted of highly distinguished expert contributors, gave enormous time and energy over hundreds of meetings in the service of the government. Do you agree that?
Yes, and I make that same point in my witness statement as well, and I'm grateful to them for everything they did.
You say in the article in The Spectator that a lady was planted on Sage. You said the Sage people didn't realise for a very long time there was a Treasury person on all their calls. And in the article, you describe how this meant that you were alerted early to the fact that the all-important minutes of Sage often edited out dissenting voices. It's difficult to know how much of that is journalistic flourish, but would you accept that everybody who attended Sage, or the identity of everybody who attended Sage, was known to Sage and the Secretariat that ran Sage, because of course they all had to give their identities and their phone numbers for the purposes of the calls that took place?
Well, as I said there, it wasn't apparent to me in some conversations with them that they did realise, but I mean, it's almost by the by. The point was there was someone there who was feeding back information which is incredibly helpful, and you've shared some of it before, summaries of which were often given to me verbally.
Vanessa McDougall, who was a member of your department at that time, was encouraged to attend. In fact, Sir Patrick Vallance had encouraged the attendance of somebody from Treasury on Sage in correspondence with Sir Tom Scholar. Was Sir Tom Scholar the permanent secretary in your department?
Yes.
Right. In that same article, you also say, for a year, UK government policy in the fate of millions was being decided by half-explained graphs cooked up by outside academics. That wasn't a reference to Sage, was it?
No, sorry, where is that?
It's page 6. UK government policy in the fate of millions was being decided by half-explained graphs cooked up by outside academics.
Those aren't my words, just so we're clear.
Why would they appear in an article with you exclusively devoted to the issue of your performance during the pandemic crisis?
That's a question for the journalist, I think, Mr. Keith.
Would you accept that whilst the science was highly complex and uncertain, and obviously not susceptible to clear outcomes, that the advice given by Sage was, over the entirety of the pandemic, given in good faith and at the upper limits of all their professional abilities?
Yes, I make that same point in my witness statement. But having considered this, and there's again some reflections looking back at this time with regard to Sage, I think there are a few things that I've reflected on over time that I probably was less focused on at the time. I think the first one was, and this is the point that I was getting at in the article, Sage's views were presented as a consensus or a single view. I think there was definitely not an accurate perception of the degree of debate and perhaps lack of consensus within Sage. I think that is how it was presented. Again, not to take away in any way from them, but it was presented as a more singular view when in fact there was more debate within Sage about most things. I think secondly,
can I ask you to pause there and just ask you about your views on that first point, Mr. Sunak?
Okay.
Evidence has been given to the effect that indeed the consensus minutes were relatively short, designed to allow people to read them. Evidence has also been given as the extent to which they were read. But it's obvious that number 10 had officials attend Sage. Mr. Warner attended, and it's obvious that HMT had an official attend as well, in order precisely that the wider range of views could be made clear to their sponsoring departments, number 10 and the HMT. Did that not suffice? You were aware of Sage.
I don't think that was the explicit reason that someone was on the calls. They were just there more generally. And I'm making the point that I think just more generally in the policy debates that were being had and in the external communications, I'm not sure the country probably understood that there was less consensus within Sage than was being presented, because this was an inherently tricky subject.
And on that issue, some evidence has been given to the effect that, of course, Sage responded to commission requests from the government. The government would raise issues with it, to which it responded. And, of course, Sage advised while government decides. That's self-evident. In your reflections, do you think Sage could ever have been put in a position of making specific recommendations, that is to say, giving specific advice on policy outcomes off its own bat?
No, I think that they're conflating two different things there. The first is, even on the advice, not the specific policy recommendations, even on the scientific advice that they were putting, I think as many of them have now said, that they themselves were deeply divided over the scientific evidence. That's from one of them that was there at the time. I think that was underappreciated. And I think in hindsight and on reflection, it probably would be good to have made sure that there was a broader awareness of that point. I think the second thing is the science itself, as you pointed out, Mr. Keith, was itself uncertain. I think people hear science, and I reflect on it, and they think science, okay, 2 + 2 = 4, that's what this is. It clearly wasn't like that. This was uncertain science, as the scientists themselves say. It would be too simplistic to say that there was one answer on these things, and itself was prone to change. So SAGE's advice on asymptomatic transmission, the benefit of face masks or schools, all of that changed over time. So science itself was not certain. It was not singular. There was more debate about it. I'm not sure that nuance was communicated perhaps as much as it should have been, so that people could understand the decisions we were making. It wasn't as simple as crystal clear science view, crystal clear some other view. The science itself had a range of views in it. And again, for simplicity, reaching a consensus is obviously helpful for policymakers, but we can't lose sight of the fact that it was more complex than that.
But you always understood that SAGE advised while government decided. There was no question of you thinking at any time, these scientists are doing any more than giving advice to the government based on their best knowledge and experience as to what the consequences are of any particular policy decision the government reaches. SAGE never said, you, the government, must, on Monday, impose a lockdown. It just didn't work like that, did it?
I'm not sure quite how the advice was phrased.
Well, you've read the consensus.
I mean, I can't remember exactly the language you're using, but in general, SAGE's job was to provide advice to the government, but in the sphere that they had competence over, which was public health. Now, there's been a lot of commentary and debate over this point about how much there was a focus more on SAGE than other aspects of it. I think everyone from SAGE has subsequently made it crystal clear that they view policymakers as having to take into account many other considerations in their deliberations. I think they would say that. Chief Scientific Advisor said that. I would agree with that. And they had one very important input into that multifaceted process.
Forgive me, if all they were doing was providing advice, why did you say in that Spectator article, if you empower all these independent people, you're screwed? We shouldn't have empowered the scientists in the way we did.
Yeah, I think what I would refer to there is I think a similar comment was made by the director for the Institute for Government, and he talked about the public attention and distorting consequences of extreme focus on SAGE. I think that was the point, that in the debate there was, I'd say, kind of an elevation of SAGE in that debate. And I think, again, on reflection, that is something to consider whether that was appropriate, because SAGE, as we've discussed and they would themselves would be open about, had a particular focus, but it was only one focus that policymakers had to take into consideration when making decisions. Yet there was no, and I'm sure we'll come on to it later, economic SAGE and the like, there wasn't an equivalent or a similar in the public's eyes, something like SAGE for other aspects of it, and whether that distorted, in the words of the IFG director, the debate is, I think, open to discussion and deliberation. And that
we will come back to economic SAGE in a moment,
yes,
Sunak. Just before we leave, though, the question of SAGE as it was, did you form any view over time as to the process by which the SAGE advice was funneled through the Chief Medical Officer and the GCSA to the Prime Minister? It's plain that they gave verbal briefings to the Prime Minister, who may or may not have read the SAGE minutes, as to what the import was of the advice that was being given almost twice a week, 3 times a week during the crisis. Did you have a view as to whether that funnel system was working?
It's probably not something that I had any great understanding of, the relationship between SAGE and the Prime Minister. As I said, I had, I think, a more granular understanding of what was happening at Sage because, as you pointed out, someone was there able to relay to me where it was relevant a slight nuance or where there were debates and disagreements. That was helpful for me when I went into meetings, knowing that there may be more debate within Sage than was necessarily being presented in the summary of their discussion.
All right. On the issue of economic Sage, you are aware that the Institute for Government report on the Treasury during COVID from 2023 posited the possibility of a parallel committee to Sage being formed to address socio-economic issues so that the epidemiological and scientific issues could be fed through the existing Sage. In parallel, analogously, there would be a socio-economic Sage which would deal with the other countervailing considerations. It could then be brought together with another body or brought together at government level. Did you or your officials ever contemplate the institution of such a committee or take part in a debate as to whether this was a good idea to pursue?
It was never something that was raised with me, and I think the evidence that you've heard from the Treasury corporate and the Chief Economic Advisor makes clear that it was never put forward as a formal proposal, nor was an official HMT view ever sought. So that's the evidence that you have from the Treasury.
Can I just pause you there? She indeed, and it's Claire Lombardelli from the HMT, she attended a meeting, I think, or a seminar on the 5th of June.
One meeting.
And a number of options were posited, an economic Sage, a single model, or something more informal. She says in an email to her colleagues in the Treasury, thank you, 235-261, that the economists obviously killed the single model. Some like the idea of an economic Sage. It was agreed that Ben Warner would follow up with me, Vallance, Stephen Aldridge and Ian Diamond. Sir Patrick Vallance is obviously the reference to Vallance. Ian Diamond is the chair of the Office for National Statistics. Stephen Aldridge, is he HMT?
I don't know. He was the person that was on top of the memo that you had before. I recollect working with him in a previous role in a different department, and I don't remember working with him at the Treasury, so I can't tell you definitively.
But in any event, none of this was raised with you, notwithstanding what must have been your extant contemporaneous concerns about Sage.
No, but this is a different point. This is about.
Did you express internally or to others your concerns about the empowerment of scientists during the crisis, Mr. Sunak? In which case, why was there not more consideration given to this alternative model by the Treasury?
So I think the question is there are different, as I understand the debate on the economic Sage, which again, just for the record, was not something that I remember being raised with me at all, or the Prime Minister during this period. I think we should just be clear about that. I don't think he has any recollection of it being raised, nor do his office, nor do I. But I think there are different rationales to why people think an economic Sage might have been helpful. And it's important to separate them because they're two very different rationales. One is that the modelling expertise, or more generally the expertise, didn't exist inside the Treasury to do the job. But that is something that I don't think is true. I think the Treasury did have the capability to do the analysis that we needed. It improved it over time, but it also engaged extensively with external people and economists, as it should do, to build that advice, use new forms of data. And the second thing is there exist already independent organisations, principally the OBR, but also the Bank of England and others. So HMT is not operating in a vacuum. There are many other independent bodies doing very similar job and doing it at a very high level. So I don't think that reason for an economic Sage stacks up. And I'm happy to elaborate. There's a separate rationale, which I think, Mr. Keith, is a bit more what you were alluding to, which is that it might be helpful as a counterweight in the narrative, because if you had a public health Sage, then you needed an economic Sage. Now, that's a different reason. I'm not personally particularly persuaded by that, because I think the expertise exists. It's more for government to decide how it wants to appropriately balance these things.
You are, with respect to the government now. You must have formed a view as to whether or not, in the light of this crisis, the optimum system was put into place and whether or not there is, in fact, a very good argument for having a parallel body for dealing with other non-scientific
So I said I'm not particularly persuaded that it's necessary because unlike SAGE, that expertise exists within government departments. The Treasury has the ability to do the modelling and the analysis that's necessary on the economy, and it works with external bodies. Indeed, you mentioned Ian Diamond. He himself has said that he worked closely with the Treasury during this period. I think is indicative of their approach. There are other organisations that do the same type of thing. And ditto in other departments, that expertise will already exist. The difference with SAGE is that expertise did not exist within DH, as I understand it, which is why it was necessary. So I don't think that rationale really supports the need for an economic SAGE. There's a separate point, though, about titles, structures, not to develop extra information, but just how they are weighed in the debate and the discussion. Now, again, I've expressed some views about reflections about how SAGE was perceived, which I think I tend to agree with the Institute for Government comment that there was kind of, as I forget his exact words, but there was a slightly disproportionate focus. I think that's right. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to create countervailing structures elsewhere. You can just choose to communicate or think about SAGE differently, or the science SAGE. Again, people may have different points of view on that. I think reasonable people could disagree, but my reflections are that it wouldn't necessarily have added to anything.
It's obvious that the Treasury provided detailed analysis to Number 10, relayed through you, relayed through these bilateral meetings, relayed as part of emails to Number 10 in the Cabinet Office. But that advice, of course, was not transparent in the same way that the SAGE advice was. Would you agree? These weren't reflections of an HMT committee, the minutes of which were then condensed and published and made known to the world.
Yes, I think that is. Well, actually, it's not quite right because HMT did publish a considerable amount of information.
Of underlying data. But the data, the information, the advice and the analysis which was given directly to Downing Street by HMT was never itself published, was it?
I think that is, that's entirely normal. But yes, I think that's the same goes for every department, by the way, including Department for Health and everything else.
Yes, but of course we are examining this issue in the unique circumstances of the ultimate decision-making process that the Prime Minister was forced to engage with, which is how to balance economic, societal, and the many other considerations in a way which would command confidence and bring, of course, the government and the public with it.
But again, I think even if the precise advice itself wasn't published, there was considerable information in the public domain put there by HMT alongside all the fiscal events that I did, of which there were many during this period, but also by the government's independent forecast. So you have to remember, for over a decade now, the government has had an independent forecaster, so it doesn't mark its own homework in the OBR. They published extensively on the impacts of all these things, as did the Bank of England, who contain probably more people engaged in forecasting and modelling the UK economy than anyone else. And then again, you had the IMF, the OECD, investment banks. So I don't think there was any...
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Could you slow down a little bit?
Sorry, I was taking your steer to move along. Sorry, I misinterpreted the signal.
I didn't tell you to go so fast. We can't keep up.
So I think my point would be there was considerable information about the economic impacts on the economy in the public domain, not just from HMT, but many other independent expert bodies. So even if this specific advice on a micro point wasn't published, there was a lot of evidence out there. Look, is it possible that HMT could have published even more? Perhaps. I think
you bemoan in the article in The Spectator the absence of cost-benefit calculations. You say a basic requirement for pretty much every public health intervention, but this was never made. What did you mean by that?
Again, I think I'm just agreeing with something that one of the epidemiologists has subsequently said, that the cost benefit in a precise way wasn't done. I think you talked about it, Mr. Keith, in our early conversation about March, where it just was happening very quickly. I mentioned Quayle analysis before. You told me not to mention it, but that would be an example of a cost benefit analysis that has been used in other aspects of healthcare, and indeed independent academics used it to evaluate the benefits and costs of the first lockdown. That was the broader point I was making.
There was, it appears from the evidence of Claire Lombardelli, at the beginning of the pandemic, no pre-existing model of how a pandemic would affect the economy. There was no material showing what the estimated costs would be likely to be, of course. But during the course of the pandemic, did you instruct the Treasury to start preparing cost-benefit calculations on account of your view that those sorts of analyses were simply not there?
I think that would be more a function for the Cabinet Office and the task force, and that's exactly what you would expect the task force to, over time, be able to do, which is to synthesise the different things from different areas and try and bring them together. So that's really what the task force over time was able to do a better job at.
Mr. Sunak, the HMT is a wizard in the field of fiscal and economic matters and cost-benefit analyses. You can't bemoan in The Spectator, on one hand, the absence of any calculation along those lines, and then say that it's something that you expect the Cabinet Office to have done. Why didn't the Treasury say the government would be hugely assisted by calculations that bring together the cost-benefit thinking about future lockdowns? Let's do it.
Because I think it's an incredibly hard thing to do. I think we shouldn't just assume that it was available off the shelf to just do. These are incredibly complex decisions, and in many cases very hard to quantify. I mean, many health decisions are trade-offs. I mean, how do you think about quantifying? Well, we do it with drugs, often with Quayle analysis, but the moral dimensions to these things is very complex. My point is the Cabinet Office, the task force is the right place to bring together different aspects of it. Now, actually Treasury seconded 10 people to the task force, particularly to help with all of this. And again, I think a reflection on all of this for the future is if someone has developed a better way to integrate these things, then that's something that expertise one would ideally like to have next time around. But I'm not sure that it's that straightforward. I think you can do illustrative cost-benefit analyses, as indeed the academics who produced the Quayle paper did, but we shouldn't pretend that you could reduce all these things to a simple number that the Prime Minister can just see and then make a decision based on it. It will never be that straightforward.
Well, indeed, and I don't think anybody has suggested that. Could we now look, please, at the winter strategy briefly and September, October? The winter strategy document of the 19th of September made plain that the infection was spreading rapidly. The 7-day average of confirmed cases had risen from 1,077 in mid-August to 3,598 today. That's the 19th of September, and is on a sharp upward trajectory. And there are references to what the hospital admissions might be if no further measures are implemented. As a general rule, and I'm sure you would accept this proposition, the Treasury briefed you. We can see a briefing for a COVID strategy committee, COVID-S meeting on the 21st of September, to oppose a circuit breaker. Obviously, a proposal for circuit breakers was what was being discussed, on the basis that the Treasury feared that a circuit breaker of perhaps 2 to 3 weeks wouldn't itself be enough if that was the route that would be pursued. And also there was a risk that if it was only 2 to 3 weeks, the government might find itself in the awful position of coming out of a circuit breaker whilst the number of deaths is still going in the wrong direction. So there were good arguments to be made against circuit breaker. You made them, did you not?
Yes, I was never particularly persuaded by the circuit breaker, as indeed others weren't either.
And it's fair to say that at the meeting of COVID-S on the 21st of September and also the COBRA and Cabinet meetings on the 22nd, you presented analysis from HMT showing how a circuit breaker would hit the hospitality sector incredibly hard with consequential damage to its vulnerable workforce. That's all very obvious. In the course of Professor Sir Chris Whitty's oral evidence, he said this in response to a question: had there perhaps been a circuit breaker in September, and perhaps a tier-level system introduced earlier and had time to work over a longer period of time, would there remain the possibility that the second lockdown might not have been necessary? He said yes, or might have not been as long. And he says, I think most people would say that's the case. So that we're absolutely clear, there was nothing wrong with opposing a circuit breaker. The government was in a very, very difficult position, and the arguments were extremely finely balanced between damage to the economy and the public health considerations in terms of rising infection. Is that obvious?
Yes, it was obviously a finely balanced decision. Indeed, the CSA and the CMO used that phrase, I think, at a press conference at the time. And it was also the case that SAGE themselves said that the evidence base on which to judge the effectiveness and harms associated with different interventions was weak at that moment in time, and that policymakers would have to consider a whole range of impacts alongside the epidemiological impacts. So that was the context of the discussion at the time, even from the medical and scientific advisors and the kinds of things that they were saying. Indeed, I think the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, as late as the end of October, about the 20th of October, himself in a press conference said that he didn't think a national fire break was the right policy, and that was a month after the deliberations that we're talking about at the end of September.
There was a meeting on the 20th of September in Downing Street or Chequers, I can't recall where the Prime Minister met with, you'll recall because you were there, Professors Edmonds and McLean and Professor Gupta, Professor Hennigan and Anders Tegnell of Sweden. Did you reflect upon why that meeting was being called, given the government's stated position that it would follow the science, by which it presumably meant its own chief medical officer and governmental chief scientific advisor?
I wasn't responsible for organising the meeting, so you have to, I guess, whoever organised it would be the person to ask.
Did you express views in the meeting in support of Professor Hennigan and Professor Gupta's stated position, which was essentially that there was no requirement for there to be a lockdown, and that in the general scheme of things a lockdown would be an overreaction, massively damaging and epidemiologically not required?
I don't have any strong recollections of the meeting. It was a Prime Minister wanting to hear from a range of different scientists and get their views, some domestic and one from Sweden, as you mentioned.
You must have asked yourself on a particularly intense time, why am I attending this meeting to hear the views of scientists who are outside the range of, well, I suppose the consensus range of evidential advice that was being received from SAGE?
It didn't strike me as odd, and I think entirely reasonable for the Prime Minister to seek a diversity of opinion as he's coming to make decisions. A question for him, really, more than me. I was invited to a meeting. I went to a meeting, but I don't think there's anything wrong with hearing from a range of people. I think that's a healthy process, and if some people, there's long evidence in behavioural psychology about people getting into groupthink, and the Prime Minister, if he wants to get out of consensus views, again, inherently, there's nothing wrong with that, I don't think, or the fact that they want from the UK.
Mr. Sunak, so that we don't have an unnecessary hair run, I'm not suggesting that it was wrong to seek that advice. I'm merely asking you whether or not you wondered why you had been asked to attend alongside that scientific advice from the range, the spectrum from which it derived. You didn't think about it?
No.
All right. The tier system, we can deal with this very briefly because it is obvious that there were a number of meetings in front of COVID-S to consider the recommendation from the COVID task force that there be a tier system. You discussed on the 8th of October with the Prime Minister directly the health and economic arguments, and then following that day, I think perhaps that night or the next day, the Cabinet Secretary briefed officials that you and the Prime Minister had agreed that the government would seek to negotiate the restrictions which were a necessary part of the tier process. Mr. Hancock has said in evidence that he knew at the time of the announcement of the tiered system on the 12th of October that it wouldn't work. What was your view as to the likelihood that this tier system, which, to remind ourselves, of course, was imposed from the 12th of October and required these detailed local negotiations to take place, would work? Did you have a view on it?
I think, the strong, I'd say strong maybe, the general consensus, I think, amongst our medical and scientific advisors on going into the autumn was that a local approach was the right approach. You can see that in the SAGE minutes consistently from the end of June. They talk about an emphasis on local control. I remember the chief medical officer in cabinet, either at the beginning of October or end of September, making the point that actually the UK's national outbreak in the first wave had been an exception to the pattern across Europe, where Italy and Spain in particular had seen more localised outbreaks. And I think he said in the minutes it's recorded that it's possible the second wave will be localised. And again, that even once we ended up going into a second, I think the proof is here actually, even once we ended up going into a second national lockdown, the cabinet minutes, I think from the 10th of November, reflect the CMO's views that reintroducing the tiered system after the national measures seemed entirely rational. So I think the strong point of view of everybody was that a local approach was sensible to try. He thought that even after we'd gone into a national lockdown. I think.
Forgive me, you referred to the SAGE minutes consistently from the end of June. By October and the time of the introduction of the tier system, the CMO and the GCSA had made it absolutely plain that this would simply not suffice to reduce the R below 1, and that the only epidemiologically justified route was a more stringent circuit breaker or lockdown. The position had changed, had it not, by October.
Well, in the minutes of the 20th of October cabinet meeting, the CMO is recorded as saying that the country remains split into three broad categories. This justified the government's approach of 3 tiers of local alert level.
Yes.
So that's in the cabinet minutes on the 20th of October.
And at that meeting and on the 11th of October, he made it plain that epidemiologically there was a very high risk that the tier system would not work to bring R below 1. You were aware of that?
I said on the 20th of October, he said that it justified the government's approach of 3 tiers at a local alert level. That's in the cabinet minutes on the 20th of October.
All right.
And even after the national lockdown, as I said, he said that it would be entirely rational to reintroduce the tiering system.
Yes, but that, of course, is after the lockdown.
But I'm saying it goes to the point that the principle of a tiered system is one which had, I think, wide support amongst scientific and health advisors.
We may be at cross purposes.
Yes, I feel
obviously
we are.
There is a justification for a tier system within its own parameters. But was it not apparent that it was, bluntly, a bit of a chance as to whether or not epidemiologically it would work?
Right. Well,
I mean, there is a system in place concerning the negotiations.
No, I understand your
which
question.
were difficult.
Well, in which case I would just point you to the remarks of the Deputy Chief Medical Officer on the 20th of October in the press conference, where he was asked, and he said, this national fire break you talk about, no, I don't think that's right, and I don't think that it's consistent with the epidemiological picture we are seeing. I think it would be very difficult to justify. The chief medical, I think not the chief medical officer, but maybe the medical director at the NHS also made a point after that in the same press conference about the varied epidemiological impact they were seeing around the country in hospitals. So at the end of October, exactly on the date that you're talking about, in public, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer was saying that he didn't think national action would be justified given the varied epidemiological picture across the country. And that was backed up, I think, by Steve Powis in the same press conference.
Forgive me, in the Cabinet and the COVID-S meetings which you attended as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, you were aware that epidemiologically this was a bit of a chance. It was quite likely it would not work to bring R below 1, but it was, in policy terms, a position open to the government to take and one that you supported, because, of course, you would be violently opposed to a lockdown.
I think that's not a fair characterisation of my position. I was opposed to a circuit breaker in September because I didn't think it would have achieved its stated objectives, something that I think most people now acknowledge to be the case, and I've seen in evidence people now accepting that it wouldn't have prevented the need for a second lockdown. Indeed, it didn't work in Wales when it was tried. So I was specifically opposed to a circuit breaker, again, as... I think violently opposed to lockdowns is not an accurate characterisation of my position at that time. I was opposed to the circuit breaker on its own merits because I didn't think it would work. Now, at the end of October, we can both quote minutes back at each other. I'm looking at a cabinet minute from the 20th of October where the chief medical officer is saying that it was justified.
What was your position, Mr. Sunak, by the 30th of October in relation to the lockdown decision of the 4th of November?
As the minutes show, that I didn't oppose it at the end of into November. I didn't oppose that lockdown, but what I can tell you that it was reasonable to believe at the end of October that the regional approach may still work. That was a reasonable belief. Now, obviously, it turned out not to be right with the benefit of hindsight, but when you have the Deputy Chief Medical Officer themselves saying at the end of October that he doesn't believe that national action is warranted because it wasn't consistent with the varied regional picture we're seeing, that demonstrates to you that reasonable people believed that the regional approach may still work and it was worth trying. Now, clearly, in the event, it didn't. But as we discussed earlier, these things were finely balanced, lots of things to think about. But was it a reasonable approach at the time? I think so, and it was extensively debated. So in terms of thinking about the decision-making process, even if the decision might be one that in hindsight people would revisit, I don't think there was any failure in the process because it was extensively debated in government.
Do we take it from that you had every opportunity to dissuade the Prime Minister from the ultimate decision to impose a lockdown in November 2020? You were heard, your voice was listened to, but ultimately the Prime Minister, in effect, decided that there had to be a lockdown.
It was always the case that decisions ultimately laid with the Prime Minister. That's the same throughout. And my job throughout, as I've said, was to make him aware of the impacts of the decisions. And I always felt that I had that opportunity.
Did you specifically say to him, Prime Minister, my position as the Chancellor of the Exchequer is a lockdown is not warranted for all the reasons that this inquiry understands and for all the reasons reflected in the paperwork before you and before this inquiry? In that ultimate debate, your view was, I think this is the wrong decision.
No.
Is that what you told him?
No, the debate, and as I think the record shows and the evidence shows, the point I made to him, which he did consider but ultimately disagreed with me on, was to consider whether it was necessary to shut non-essential retail as part of that lockdown. That's what the record shows. I put that. The Prime Minister, I think, said he wanted to think over that. He ended up deciding that it was worth shutting it down because by this point we had the evidence from Sage that confirmed the very minimal impact on R from closing non-essential retail. So by this point we had that data. So I said, reasonable to consider whether that was necessary given the impact it would have on those people's jobs. Doesn't have any impact on R as far as we're being told. Prime Minister thought about it, decided to include it in the lockdown for simplicity or whatever. I don't know why exactly, but the simplicity of the overall approach. But that was my main specific point about that decision, was purely on non-essential retail.
All right.
And that is, I think, recorded in all the evidence that you have.
It is. 3 final questions, please. Firstly, inappropriately and unattractively, there is material which shows that the Treasury was pejoratively associated with death. Some officials in number 10 described the Treasury as the pro-death squad, obviously on account of the fact that the Treasury was seen to be opposed to maximum public health interventions and was quite properly, as we've established, promoting the issue of the need to avoid economic and societal damage and harm. Were you aware that the Treasury was being referred to in those terms? You may not have been aware.
I wasn't, and I do not think it is a fair characterisation
Indeed.
On the incredibly hard-working people that I was lucky to be supported by at the Treasury. And in the same way earlier, you talked about the people at Sage being motivated by doing what they thought was best in the public interest. I would say exactly the same about all the people who worked with me at the Treasury, who worked extremely hard throughout the entire period, and as you kindly alluded to earlier in the IFG report, are widely considered to have done some things that no one had thought possible, that saved millions of people's livelihoods and helped the economy get through, and therefore help families get through and support the country through a difficult time. I'm grateful to them for what they did, and I said I don't think that is a fair characterisation of how they approach their jobs at all.
Indeed. It is obvious that many of the very difficult decisions which had to be taken by government were themselves highly politicised. They are decisions which engage the public. They have given rise to an enormous amount of public anxiety as well as public heat and light, and it's obvious that the government acted whenever it acted in good faith and doing the best that it possibly could. That is its stated position, and there's no basis for challenging that. One particularly contentious issue is the issue of free meals in holidays. You'll recall, Prime Minister, that Marcus Rashford, the footballer, spearheaded a campaign, Make the U-Turn campaign. He campaigned for holiday food vouchers for children who were entitled to free school meals. And an extract from Sir Patrick Vance's diary refers to a meeting on the 13th of June 2021 when this issue came up. And Sir Patrick has suggested that somebody at the meeting said, good working people pay for their children to eat and don't want freeloaders. And he has suggested that in the context of, I don't need it up on the screen, thank you very much, in the context of the Chancellor Exchequer and the Chief Whip. Plainly, you couldn't both have said it, if anybody said it, but I want you to please answer whether or not anybody did say those words and whether you recollect anybody using them.
I did not say those words. I don't recollect anyone saying those words, and my concern throughout the pandemic was making sure that we had support in place for the most vulnerable. And I think, as all the evidence now shows, and as independent analysts such as those at the Resolution Foundation have said, that our schemes actually helped the most financially vulnerable the most. Poverty fell, unemployment remained low. The distributional analysis published by the Treasury again supports that it was the poorest households who were protected the most by what I and the government did throughout this time, because people who were least well off were uppermost in our thoughts throughout this time, because we knew it would be particularly difficult on them, and that's why we put a range of things in place to help them, and I'm glad that the evidence shows that they did get the most support.
Prime Minister, thank you.
Should we take the break now?
Please.
I shall return in 25 past.